Islam. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is May the 14th, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar and 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. Before we get started, we do want to wish all of the powerful, beautiful, amazing matriarchs a happy Matriarchs Day. The matriarchs birthed the nations, and we just want to cast a few spells and put some notice out there on the public record that without the matriarchs, there would be no nation. There would be no any of us without the matriarchs. And again, all Moorish women are matriarchs. We are all very powerful in our own right, and there is an estate that hovers just above the vast estate that's even bigger than the vast estate. And the vast estate is encompassed in that estate, and that is the estate of the matriarchs. Because before there was any government, before there was any colonial operations, before there was any land for us to continue to conquer and really just claim, there was the womb of the matriarch. The womb of the matriarch was before any other. And for that, we are grateful. So we want to send our highest praise and honor and glorification and expansion and positive energy and strength to the matriarchs. We are so grateful for the matriarchs because the strength that has been shown in this grand rising by the matriarchs is second to none, indeed. And I get my strength from other matriarchs who speak positive spells, the spells that are cast and broken by the matriarchs, just unmatched. There's none greater than the Moorish matriarch. The Moorish matriarch is God, and for that we are grateful. With that being stated, all rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity. This is a sovereign, living, ancient, Article 3, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan, court action. We are the sovereign living justices. I am sovereign living justice. Pauline Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. All Moors are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites and Canaanites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are the ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, and titled beneficiaries for this cause for action. We are peace. We are one nation. We're one state, one God, and one empire. We are also the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, and titled beneficiaries for this cause for action. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We've issued a universal creditor's bill for possession and custody over all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, and all other property. We, the one true God nation, are not at war. We are not at war. We are at peace. And we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. And again, happy Matriarchs Day to the God who created the whole earth, indeed. And so for that, we are grateful. The first thing that we want to do is in our last Congressional Assembly, it was our great Empress Cynthia who pointed out that there was an earthquake during the time where we were making entry into the Congressional Assembly, and there was some resistance to us getting in, from the technologies. And Empress Cynthia pointed out that there was an earthquake going on. And I remembered what she said, and it made complete sense to me. And then, I moved on in my studies. But then this popped up on my screen, so I said, I'll just go ahead and state something about it, just because we have, because it was brought up. And so as I was going through my studies, this video came up, and sure enough, at 4:19 Pacific time, which our Congressional Assembly began on this past Thursday at 4 p.m., a 5.5 magnitude earthquake shook Northern California. This video describes what is happening regarding what we state as the extending of our vast estate out beyond the East and West. This is the literal uniting of Asia, and we knew that this was happening. We knew, and we've stated in the past, that with every earthquake, with every volcano, the land is expanding. Not only is the land expanding, but the waterways that were called the Atlantic and the Pacific, the land masses are coming together like they were initially before the Atlantic and Pacific were there. And so I turned on the closed captioning for the video and just listened to what they said, and I caught this piece right here. The narrator of the video was saying that at 4:19 local time, which was Pacific time, this earthquake occurred, causing the ground to shake over a wide area. And then whoever it was in the video, stated that where the crust is slowly extending to the east and west, forming a series of valleys and mountains, mountain peaks, and so on and so forth. So just as we stated in the past, our vast estate is growing by the day. And we thank Empress Cynthia for bringing forth this amazing and beautiful affirmation that our estate is growing. We knew that it was, but this is further proof that everyone knows that the land is growing and shifting. The space between, and it's not even space because there's the Atlantic Ocean there, but the width of the Atlantic Ocean is shrinking because there's land that's being pushed closer to our brothers and sisters at Northeast Africa. Same thing for our brothers and sisters at the East, Japan, Russia, and so on and so forth. The land is moving closer to them as well with every event, such as a volcano or an earthquake. We know that the magma from the middle of the earth is coming up and just forming new lands, and you can literally see the ridges being formed and the new territories, the new sovereign jurisdiction because there's jurisdiction there, ancient jurisdiction on the land that's being formed. And so the flip side of, volcanoes and earthquakes, because, we've always been made to fear those activities, those natural occurrences. But the flip side of that is, with everyone, we can rejoice that our estate is growing, and that our jurisdiction and our territories are growing. And with every volcano, up comes gold, silver, uranium, other chemicals, and things that we can use to enhance our bodies, our minds, and all that has to do with us. There's more oil coming up. There's more, all of that, all the natural resources, the chemicals, the elements that we use in order to preserve the ancient heirs. And so for that, we're very grateful. And again, we thank Empress Cynthia for that beautiful knowing. And she did state, Empress Cynthia, you did state that you had something to do with that. We affirm and we thank you. Indeed, Islam. With that being stated, a brief reminder to the Moors, especially and particularly at North America. We want to continuously, we're always going to continue to remind everyone because about our history, because the things that we were being told in the animal husbandry education system is not our story. That's not our story, because we were not supposed to be in animal husbandry schools. We were actually supposed to be in erudition temples for more science, the high sciences. However, we appreciate the things that we gained from the animal husbandry schools, because the flip side of that is the basic skills came from the animal husbandry schools, just basic writing, basic math, and basic elementary things came from the animal husbandry schools, so that we could manifest in this dimension from the basic, knowing that when we woke up, we would take the basic and elevate it to erudition and connect it with our high sciences. The organizational skills and the basic, very elementary skills, those skills are necessary for our proper claiming and manifestation in this dimension. And then with that, we connect with our ancient knowledge that's being revealed and shown to us. And when we put those two together, everything is elevated at that point and uplifted. So a brief reminder, in the animal husbandry schools, we were told that this is our story. And again, we're not denigrating those Moors who, sat on the front porch and did some things and, enjoyed the land and breathing in the fresh air, because we still do that. But we were not given the other side of this story. And that is what we're going to do today. And then, again, others came and began, and because we were among the common folk, we heard their stories. And again, we didn't hear our side of the story. We only heard one side, and we thought that side was talking about us, but it was not talking about us. And again, this is in the early 1900s, which is not even 100 years ago. Not even 100 years ago. But the truth, the real truth about the Moors, is that these buildings, with this Moorish architecture, we put these buildings up thousands of years ago. And now, again, the record is reflecting Moorish architecture. Again, this was in 1929 that some of these photos were taken. And these buildings have been here. This is Moorish architecture. And the gold is ours. The silver is ours. The land is ours. We've always been worshipped as the Christ because that is who we are. These are photos of the Christ at a Russian Orthodox church. And again, the Christ has dreads. So, and is encased in gold. This is Moorish architecture all over the earth. These are temples from everywhere, all other lands. And again, we just want to remind the Moors that, yes, there is one side of that story. We are not mad at anyone. We're not mad at anyone for their side of the story, okay? We just know our side of the story. And so, yes, indeed, there are. So let me go back, and I will show the photos with regard to what we're discussing right now. Thank you for that in the chat, Empress. Again, we were told one side of the story. Let's see the other. And I did not put that in the chat. I don't know who put that in the chat, so please don't click on that. And we are going to put the imposter out. They're always impostoring and pretending to be someone that they're not. So let's put them out of here. Islam. Yeah, we didn't put that in the chat. So please don't click on that one. We will announce when we put things in the chat. Just one moment. Let us go ahead and ensure. Okay, just one moment. Yes, I will open the meeting as well. So just one moment. Let me. So now, regarding the earthquake, hopefully you can see the photos on the screen. Can you see the photos on the screen? There is a photo there. Okay, great. This is something that regarding the earthquake, we did come across a video that popped up in our timeline as we were doing our studies. This is, again, the literal uniting of Asia. And they talked about how the earthquake happened at 4:19 p.m. local time, which was for them Pacific time. And that was when we were opening our meeting, and we were having a little bit of an issue getting into the meeting on Thursday, this past Thursday, right at that same time that the earthquake happened. And in this video, I put the closed captioning on so that I could see and record and just kind of pull what was being stated. And again, it says where the crust is slowly extending to the east and west, forming a series of valleys. So again, our estate is forming even as we speak. And so thank you, Empress. And Lockett again. And so this is something that we saw where they were talking about the land extending out east and west. So our estate is growing. With regard to the brief reminder, again, this is the history that we were told. And we're not stating that this did not happen, that we didn't sit on the porch and, enjoy each other's company. We're not saying that that didn't happen. These photos and things are during the 1920s and 1930s, around the time of Prophet Noble Drew Ali in the 1920s. And we're not stating that these things did not happen. What we are saying is that we were only given one side of the story. That one side of the story is coming from foreigners who came here and gave us their side of the story. And this is how things looked from their perspective. Okay, this is how things look from their perspective. However, again, our history is this, the real truth. The beautiful temples. These temples, and again, these are temples that have been up for hundreds and even thousands of years in many cases. This photo is Moorish Plaza de España, 1929, Andalusia, Spain. Some of these other temples, again, this is all Moorish architecture. These temples have been here for many years. And again, this is the Christ in the temples, the Russian Orthodox temples at Russia territory. And again, the Christ has always been us. It's never been someone that doesn't look like us. The Christ has always been the Moors with the dreads and the lamb's wool, hair that looks like lamb's wool. So these are our temples, and the gold is everywhere. And again, we're not stating that things did not look like what we saw up here earlier. We're not stating that things didn't look like this, but let's tell the truth about the whole story, because these temples and things are here at our territory as well. So these Moors were out in the urban areas, okay, but what about the temples and things that are here? What about that? Where are they? Why were we not given those stories? And just I will put in the chat here some castles here at America, Moorish castles here, to include, again, and as we stated and showed in our last video, the high schools that many of us went to and the junior highs were Moorish castles. And they've been here. Those buildings were here way before the 1900s. So we just wanted to put a reminder on the record so that we remember. We're hearing a lot of stories, but those are not our stories. That's not the whole story. We've been here, and we've been here in our full glory the whole time, the entire time. So with that being stated, are there any questions or comments thus far? I do want to open the meeting so that we can discuss some of the things that we have stated thus far. Islam Empress.
I just wanted to add that on the earthquake incident, 11 hours later, almost to the T, another one happened. You know about that one, right?
Yes, I heard about it.
We know what 11 hours is. It's the sacred gate. It's the portal.
Yes,
So I believe there is something going on right now, and we're in the right place at the right time. And I'm going to finish.
absolutely.
And this work is in the honor of my mother. She
Yes.
brought me to be
Be
here.
careful, Cynthia. They're going to put your trailer in the ocean, girl.
Honor,
They're
we
going to put
honor
your rental
your
trailer
mother.
in the
We honor your mother, Empress. Let us
And
state that for the record.
I honor all the women and our men, all of us who we've worked hard for this. We deserve
Indeed,
this, and the environment is responding. Thank you. I
indeed,
yield.
indeed, indeed. And again, I did not put the link in the chat. There's an imposter there. So let me go ahead and put that one out as well. We know
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I just noticed the math on the timestamp that they reported the first earthquake, and it was that when you add it up, 419 is 5 in the astrology, and then 5.5 on the Richter scale. That's 3 5s, and that denotes in the angel numbers drastic change.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so that is another sign and sigil of change is right here, and
Yes.
it's going to start to expedite as far as how fast things are going to just keep occurring, as far as what we're going to be able to witness and we manifest.
Yes.
And yes, the visualization of angel numbers is a manifestation of our positive thought.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Thank you for that, Empress. You know,
Islam.
thank you so much for that. Our greatness has returned to us, and it never left. We just took a break to learn some basics, remember some basics, so that as we continue to govern, we've added to the foundational information that we have. And for that, we're grateful. We can see what our ancestors did. We see what they did. And it is important that we not only continue to state our story and control our own narrative, but it's important also that we not adopt the stories, the animal husbandry stories, as our own and our only all that we know about us. It's important that we keep in mind that our ancestors knew that we were manifesting, and they wanted to bring us into this information
Islam.
that is all about us. Indeed, Islam, nobility.
I just wanted to say something with the Empress saying at the 11th hour.
Yes.
There's a angel number is called 1111, and it means that you are close to a spiritual awakening, and
Yes.
that you're going to grow spiritually. The guardian angel number 1111 is a sign that your thoughts and beliefs are aligned, and that new and exciting prospects are coming your way. Islam.
Thank you for that, nobility. You know, we appreciate the reading of the word. We appreciate the reading of the word. We know that all things that are predictive are in our favor, indeed. So thank you for that, nobility. Having said that, we want to now move into our subject matter. But before we move into our subject matter, we want to first state that the mandate for the Moors, the mandate for us is to lead the
I hope you all got a call from the prisons your kids are at wishing you.
We have a mandate, and that mandate is to Be prepared to assist others with nationalizing. We each should have nationality paperwork from our government that can be sent or handed to others at any time, day or night. We must be instant at all times. This is the Godspell and the law. I just want to take a quick survey. Is there anyone presently at this Congress who desires to have the proper nationality paperwork sent to you so that you can assist other Moors with nationality?
Islam?
Islam, Empress.
With the first 6 documents, would that apply to?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Perfect.
Islam.
Yes. And most of you already know, yes, just like Empress Cynthia said, the first 6 documents. Name change, judicial proclamation.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
It's also the 40 documents you have, right?
The 40 is an additional. That's for those who know that they have some additional an additional calling that.
Okay.
That's for the higher those that are willing to do the higher echelon work, because our prophets stated that, if you do nothing else, declare your nationality. So we want to make sure that that's done. And then the 40 documents is for those who are operating at the Pope level, at the presidential level, at the United Nations level, at the universal level, at all levels. Governors, presidents, Supreme Court, all of that. All of those at once. Currency control, etc. Okay. Thank you, Justice. Currency controller, and those levels. Okay, that's what the other 40 documents are for. So those who do we have someone, and again, there's someone impersonating. Isn't that something? In the chat, but we're good. We're okay. We're all in the right place. Let's just go ahead and put on our boots and get that out of here. Is there anyone here who can send the nationality documents to those in the chat who are requesting them? Anyone who has nationality documents already? Islam, Empress.
The other go ahead.
Anyone who can send the documentation to them.
Islam. This is Karima Bang at Virginia. I can do that. Islam.
Thank you, Empress. Thank you. Now, I will say this to Empress Karima. Thank you so much for stepping up and doing that. We all should be right there with Empress Karima and Empress Angel. I saw in the chat. And again, we should all be instant in season and out with nationality documentation. We should always have it ready to go out. So, Islam nobility.
I do have a question in that regard, because I have nationality paperwork, and the reason I didn't say anything is because I did mine in multiple ways. I first did it through RV Bay Publications and proclaimed to put it on the record. And then that did not, I'm just going to say, satisfy me. Right? I'll put it that way. I'm not going to say it didn't work. I'm just going to say it didn't I was not satisfied with it.
Mm-hmm.
Once I learned what the prophet did and how he set up the Moorish Science Temple and why he set it up as a way for us to have somewhere to go to when we came out of their system. Okay? Because remember, we were baptized into their system not through any means that we recognize, but by being immersed into their system from birth, all right? Because that was part of their occupation, to get us into their system in any way possible on the record, their system. So when I hear what the prophet did and I read and study it, my understanding tells me that he set up something that was such a threat to them. Why was it a threat? Because it was to restore two things that they basically took away from us by incorporating us into their system. Those two things being our free national name and our nationality, which is why they refer to us as 3/5 of a man, etc. Now, again, this is spiritual warfare. So keeping that it is spiritual warfare, not that it's literal, but it's spiritual, but they pretend like it's literal when they look at us as heirs to the land. They're saying, well, you didn't get your status right. You haven't come out of us. We still own you. You're still part of us because you didn't document on the record that you're not part of us. You didn't come out of us. And one of the ways that I saw that the prophet did, he provided through the temple a baptismal certificate to redeem us out of their Magna Carta, their St. Peter's Trust, and all of that stuff, and redeemed us into our own nation, our own nationality, our own nation, our free national name, divine constitution, all of those things that we all, well, I'm going to say most of us adhere to or recognize as being of importance. I'm going to put it that way. So in doing that, that's one of the reasons why I hesitated in saying, well, I got the paperwork, because I did mine in such a way that it may not be what is being advocated right now strictly through our congressional services, through our whatever it is, methodology that we're using. Because it's, you know, I haven't seen any evidence of a baptismal certificate or redemption or anything like that that's showing that we're pulling our people out. Now, we're claiming it, and I'm in agreement with that. I'm in agreement with that. So I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I was hesitant because that's the methodology that I went through to nationalize myself. Now, the other part of that is there must be a court of record. Now, how do we create a court of record? The court of record is given public notice, okay, where it's widely available, which in the old days used to be you put it on the courthouse steps, on the door, on the window, something like that, and that's public notice. But it's readily available to anybody in the public to see, for everybody. So public notice, then it has to be properly published. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Published
So
it.
that's going to be...
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Mute your mic, please. Let me finish this.
Just one moment.
And,
Go ahead, Nobility.
All right. So then you publicly publish it, which I did. I ran in the newspaper that I accept my title of nobility. This is who I am. Blah, 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 blah. So I did that. Then to be properly served, now the three of those together, publication in a widely read and then published in a newspaper or something to that effect, and then properly served, all three, is what creates an indisputed, adjudicated court of record. Having done that, now I can properly serve them, and I can expect nothing less but you follow my orders, all right? Because I have put on the record under international law. Forget about U.S. law. I'm talking higher than that. And then ecclesiastical law is superior to that as well. So now I've done my part. I've given you notice. This is who I am, blah, blah, blah. And I expect the Secretary of State and everyone else to follow the orders that I'm given. You're going to recognize this is who I am in your system. Because now it's a matter of record, and it's a court of record. So I yield right there. That's the only reason I hesitate. But I had to bring that up because some of us have proclaimed our nationality in different methodologies that is not necessarily what is shown here. So I just had to bring that up.
Okay. Thank you so much for bringing that up, and let's just have a word about that. Nationality first happens in our hearts. So once we state who we are in our hearts, it's a wrap. It's done. That is nationality. Okay, let's put that on the record first. Okay, and then how that is manifested on paper has a lot to do with this dimension that we have all volunteered to manifest it at. We've come to this dimension and we said, okay, what's going on at this dimension? How are things done at this dimension? Let's see, and then let's create. When we first started doing this work, because now we're talking about the difference between the way the temples were doing things and the way that we state to do things here, which we're all going in the same direction. We're not at odds with each other about that. Okay, because again, nationality happens the minute we state who we are. We've stated that. Everyone has stated that. You've stated that, Noble Phoenix. We've all stated that, so we're all nationalized, okay? Because it was in our blood to begin with. Now, with regard to the documentation and the paper and how that's done, the reason that we did things the way that we did them is because when we first woke up, we looked around and we saw the state that the temples were in. And the majority of the temples, I'm just going to state it because that's what we saw, the majority of the temples had filed documentation to be under the United States Corporation Company, the dead one. And the ancestors were telling us to create our system first. Come out of that one first. So we came out first. When I say first, instead of going through them and then coming out, we said we're going to come out first, hook, line, and sinker, everything, terminate all corporate contracts with all of that, the fraud, okay? And I'm not calling the temples fraud. I'm talking about the United States Corporation Company, the dead one. And then the ancestor said, now, start putting things on the public record. Start getting your court together. One of the first things we did was place a lien on all things dead and all things corporate and all things that had to do with the United States Corporation Company. That was the first major universal thing that we did. And in order for us to do that, we could not be there. We couldn't be co-debtors with them. Now that's the way the ancestors had us to come at this situation at Earth. And so we didn't feel comfortable going through the temples at first, because we also knew, and the ancestors had told us this from the beginning, we are the temple. Our bodies are the temple. So we didn't feel that that was something we had to do, because no temple exists without first the matriarch declaring that. And then, yeah, go ahead, Nobility.
So in harmony with that,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying, and I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're sharing, because I had the same
Mm-hmm.
observation.
Mm-hmm.
I did not like what I saw in the temple. But then when I went back to the basics and back to the foundation, what did the prophet set up and what went wrong?
Yes.
What it set up, was there anything wrong with it? The foundation was solid.
Yeah.
What happened is the windows were broken, the shades were messed up, the interior walls, the carpet is messed up. We done had some bad tenants, is the bottom line. But the structural foundation itself is solid.
Yes.
My point. So that means, to me, just to me, how others look at that is up to them. They have to judge for themselves, because I can't speak for them, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So it means to me, if the foundation is solid, the house was built, it needs to be occupied those that it was meant to be occupied by and to be run by, because that is a body politic, ecclesiastical body politic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I am looking at it saying to myself, should I run away from the house that was built for me, built for us, or do I need to get some bad tenants out? Because the prophet did say the old Moors are going to have to sit down because the new ones are going to come in with their eyes wide open. They're going to sit them old ones down that ain't been doing the job. So that means I got to come in with my broom and get the sweeping, get the cleaning, get the kicking, what needs to be kicked out. Like we have to take care of certain jokers that come here. They got to be kicked out. Same thing. We have to clean our house. Our house has to be clean. Therefore, I'm not throwing away the temple as some people mentally might do, because there's nothing wrong with it except for we had some bad actors there pretending to be us, infiltrating, etc., etc. So I use myself as an example to say, well, once we get our thinking correct and the ancestors are leading us, some of us will end up going right back there and cleaning house with me. And I encourage those to do that.
Yeah.
Why? Because the divine movement of the world is for the uplifting of not the Moors, but mankind, fallen humanity. So it's to benefit the planet, which is our goal anyway. It's not just for us individually. Although we recognize who we are, we're going to help those who are not us as well by leading them correctly with what? Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So with that, I yield.
Islam. So just like the prophet said, we could go out and just evangelize the whole earth, but it's the Moors that need to know who they are because the whole estate depends on them, us. So our focus first has been and is the heirs, because nobody else eats, nobody else does anything until the heirs are straight. So that's why we've taken that position. Noble Phoenix, what you were stating about cleaning up the temple and all of mankind and all out there, we're all on board with that. We affirm that. We just know that when we woke up, we had seen that the 501c3s had been around for 100 years or so, and they didn't become 501c3s until 1920 something or 19 something, around there. But we wanted to go further back, all the way back, beyond that, because there's a huge, gigantic history beyond that. But what we did do with regard to Prophet Noble Drew Ali and the foundation that he laid is we looked at the foundation. We looked at everything he did, that the temples or that whoever has that information was willing to put. And, we know our ancestors put the right information out there for us. We looked at what he did. We looked at the records. We looked at some of the Adept chamber things. We looked at all of that and we said, okay, let us create that. Let's create it, restate it. And you can look back at many of the older videos that we've done and the congressional assemblies that we've done since 2017, 2018 time period. And you can see where we stated on the record that our Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave us a great example to follow. So we're just going to follow that example and do what he did. So we did the same things he did. And then we said, okay, because see, at that time we had folks ringing our phone saying, you can't, and these were other Moors stating that they were the trustees of his trust and we can't use it. And at that time, we were not restating documents. We said we're just going to start fresh. We're going to keep it de jure because that was our goal, is to remain de jure. And now I see why, because our ancestors wanted us to build our own structure first and then restate everything else, because they knew we were going to have to restate the documents. But we had to have a pure, uncorrupted structure to do that. Have we thrown the temples away? We are the temple, so we can't possibly do that. The Moorish science temples, the de jure ones, we've always been the Moorish Science Temple, the de jure one. It's in our blood. All the things that the prophet did, always been us. Always. Moorish Holy Temple for Science, always been. Always will be. So, at the time, we didn't want to step on any toes. When we, 2017, 2018, we didn't want to step on any toes. We didn't want to, we did as little stepping on toes as we could, and where toes were in the way, we stepped on them and needed to keep on going, because we're not afraid to do that either if it's necessary. And so we had to move forward clean and clear. No attachment. And we're going to talk about attachment in just a minute. No attachment, we're going to show you in the dictionary because we pulled it up. No service attachment, no anything, because there was a whole lot of chatter about what the Moorish American Consulate is doing and what the Moorish National Republic federal government is doing, and they can't do this and they can't do that. And we were stating, yes, we can, because we're de jure. We're not under the United States Corporation Company. We have not filed 501c3 paperwork with them. We are free. So we just put things on the record. We looked at the trust that the prophet did, and we said, okay, let's state a trust. Let's make it public so that all the people who want to be a part of the trust will be a part of the trust without proprietary claim to it. Okay? And that is how we grew so quickly. The Moorish American Consulate and the Moorish National Republic federal government. And again, we grew quickly because we said, everyone, this is for everyone, all of fallen humanity. It's for everyone. And so now that we have done everything so clear and clean in terms of not building upon 501c3 things, we know that everything that we do after the de jure things that we've done is going to be is solid and will continue to be solid, because we know, and we've been stating this all along, that which starts in truth stays in truth. That which starts in fraud stays in fraud. And that just stuck with us the whole time. So we said we're just going to stay in truth. Whatever we have to do to stay in truth is what we're going to do. And you know what? The ancestors blissed and grew and expanded all that we've done. And they've been with us every step of the way. Not saying that they're not with anyone else. Because again, we're still one. We're still one. The ancestors had us to stay in truth from here. There was nothing for us to clean up. We just had to save ourselves first and then tell others how to do that. Or share that with others. Not tell them, but share with others how to do that. And tell them, show what we did.
My third eye sees y'all getting kicked out of your dominant.
And then, staying, in that truth all along the way. Truth is victory indeed. Truth is victory indeed. And the purity of what we've done has it's manifested earthwide. We have Moors all over the earth, which is something that 501c3s from the last era would have a problem with having Moors all over the earth, because then they have to register there and register here and register there. All the ancestors told us to do was proclaim, declare, and move forward, clean and clear. Then come back and get those legal processes. But the legal processes couldn't be properly proclaimed if those processes were under the fraud. And I'm not saying that all the temples are frauds. In fact, again, All that is de jure is who we are. We've always been de jure. And our ancestors said, start clean, keep it clean. And then our Grand Sheik, Taj Tariq Bey, when we were having these discussions about the Consular Court Restoration Development Team and restoring the courts and things like we've done.
Evictions and foreclosures are in your futures.
As we've demonstrated, our Grand Sheik Taj Tariq Bey stated, he said, go ahead and get things started, and then we'll clean it up as we go. And that is what we've done. And now we're doing the cleanup part. And this is the part I love, is that cleanup that you mentioned, Noble Phoenix. We got our brooms now. We got our processes, original, indigenous, clean and clear from the very beginning. Now, what are we doing? Cleaning up. And we know that it's not corrupted by anything else. Now, am I stating that the process that has been taken by going through the temples is corrupt? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just stating how we chose to do it because the ancestors told us to do it that way. The matriarchal energy for our nation had to come clean from the very beginning, in truth.
Evictions, foreclosures, evictions, foreclosures.
With that being stated, those who have come through the temples and looked at what the temples did and knowing that Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the things he did were solid, we honor that. It is part and parcel for the vast estate. We also know that we've restated all things 501c3. So, that was all that we wanted to do. And we're going to show a process today because we talked about this process and I had some reservations about first demonstrating the process because I had to demonstrate it before I could show it. As we normally do, we demonstrate before we put something out here. Generally, we will, especially documents, we'll demonstrate them first, and then tell you what has taken place and what needs to be done, what we do next. Not needs to be, but what we desire to see next, and how to manifest those things. This process that we're doing, that we're going to show today, that process cannot be done under the United States, the dead United States Corporation Company. Can't be done under that. It can't be, because the documentation is an agreement. Under them, the documentation is an agreement to be dead, and we are not having that, So thank you, Noble Phoenix, for sharing that information with us. And, there are some Moors who prefer that process that you talked about and that you used. By all means, Moors, if you prefer that process, do it. Our thing is just declare your nationality. Proclaim it on the public record, however you choose to do it. We know before we sent anything to any inferior courts, and all courts at this land were inferior and are inferior when it comes to us. Our ancestors had us to declare that we're the court first and that our documents are filed and recorded with us first. Then we send them to. So all the things that you did, Noble Phoenix, we've done those things. We just did it with us first instead of relying on subjects and or corpses. In some cases, some have sent stuff to corpses. Well, we found out early on. No, they're subjects. So let's make sure that we do the legal processes and the financial processes to put them in subject status so that they can effectively do as commanded. We had to raise them from the dead. So with that being stated, indeed. With that being stated, this process that we are about to show, we want to first, we laid some of the groundwork in one of the videos previously. That video did not stay up on YouTube for very long, and we're okay with that. We're okay with that because we got it out to those who that is meant for. And it's meant for everyone. It's just that not everyone is at that place of study on their timeline. Not saying that we're here and they're there. We're just saying the timeline. It's a lateral thing. We're at this place on our timeline, and some may be someplace else on the timeline in either direction. However they have chosen to manifest. So we did lay the groundwork in stating about Moorish nationality and what that means, and why everyone, all of fallen humanity, must be moored to the land. And the only way to be moored to the land is by way of the bloodline and birthright. So this process that we're going to show, we first want to put a few things on the record with regard to servants, service, and so on and so forth. Why? Because we know that in the Holy Quran, it does state that a servant is worthy of his hire. We want to make sure that we know that we are not servants first, that we are the heirs first, who are literally paying ourselves to do the things we do. Literally. And so we looked up the word servant because there's a couple of things we want to point out because these are some things we want to keep in the forefront of our mind as we state some of the things that we're going to be stating in this Congressional Assembly. Servant has two sides. Again, there is duplicity or duality in every word, in everything that has to do with the Moors. And there's nothing at earth that doesn't have something to do with us. So when we talk about any word that we speak about, those words have a dead meaning that was from the last era, and then it has a living meaning from this era. And when the living speak those words, our intention is to continue to speak life to every word and show the real side of that word, because the Phoenicians get to define with our intentions what the words mean. And so servant here as a noun from the Latin serviens, past prefix of servire, to serve, or past participle of servire, to serve. A person employed to perform services, especially household duties for another or others. Noble Phoenix, what you're speaking about cleaning things up, that is service to the nation. That's service to the nation. It's honorable to serve the nation. We were in error in the last era, accepting services from corpses, using dead fiat. This time around, the services are provided for and by us. We serve ourselves on our own sovereign estate, and we use our own money for that. It says here, number 2, a slave. Number 3, a person employed by a government, a public servant, a civil servant. So that means there are good servants, and then there are servants that are dead servants. And we don't want to be dead servants. We want to be living public servants. A person ardently devoted to another or to a cause or creed. Yes, we are absolutely devoted to our nation, to each other, and to more science, which is human science. It's also extraterrestrial science. Servant of servants, one debased to the lowest condition of servitude. We don't have any of those on our land. Servants of the servants of God. It is a title, serves servorum di or die, assumed by the popes. It's a title assumed by the popes since the time of Gregory the Great. So let me stop here for just a moment and point out that anyone that was previously doing business as a pope was the one debased to the lowest condition of servitude. They were the servants of the Moors, who are God. So it was their job to act for the Moors until the Moors were able to wake up and say, oh, that's not a pope. We're the real popes. So it says here, your humble servant or your obedient servant, phrases of civility used formerly, especially in closing a letter. Whenever you see the word letter, just think author, whoever it is that's writing it, is the author or the authority of that letter. And that means the alphabet as well.
You're going to...
It says here, especially in closing a letter and expressing or understood to express the willingness of the speaker or writer to do service to the person addressed. To do service to the person. Some, the servants of the servants did service to the Moors by pretending to be and acting as police. That's why they put on their cars in the past, they enacted something stating that they were protecting and serving. They just didn't say who. It says our betters, Swift wrote this, our betters tell us that they are our humble servants, but understand us to be their slaves. Think about that. Servant, a subject, a maid servant. Now, this word servantry, a core or body of servants. A corpse or body of servants. And the reason they say corpse or body is because one is alive and one is dead. The corpse is dead, the body is alive. The servants of a household or institution collectively. I want to bring something up about the word serve. Serve. To operate or to tend. In animal husbandry, to copulate with a female, and that's where the term, hey, the cops are coming. The cops are coming. Or the cops this or the cops that. That word copulate is why they call them cops. Because that means they're coming. Copulate and contract and marriage are the same thing. Okay. In nautical usage, to serve is to put a binding around in order to either protect or strengthen or hang, okay, because it's rope. In nautical usage, to put a binding around in order to protect or strengthen, and they didn't put the word hang, but we could put that word there, okay. But our side of service is to protect and to strengthen our nation. The reason I brought this up is because we talked a little while ago about attachment. And this is another writ that we can use. To serve an attachment or writ of attachment in law to levy an attachment on the person or goods by seizure or to seize. Now, if I were going to go out onto the land now that we know that we've done everything from a very clean, clear, not corrupt. It's clean and clear. It's purely de jure. And now that we've done that, if we wanted to go out onto the land and exercise some rights and access some more parts of our estate, we would do an attachment writ along with a resume. And let me say what a resume, that word, it means resume. It's really resume. Resume is a Latin word. Resume is French. And then resume is also an English bastardization of the Latin and the French. To resume means to be the all again. So when you talk about raising and uplifting all of fallen humanity, we had to save ourselves first. Now we can go and assist in and use the system to assist everyone else in upliftment. How do we do that? When you go out onto the land and you are doing things like employment or service, because really it would be public employment. Not necessarily public service, but because we use those words at our own state, in our state to serve does not mean the same as it does in the other. In the dead state. In the dead and fallen state, to serve is slavery. In the risen state, it is to use the system to access and to assist. That's why it's actually called a system. That word and the word assist, they have the same root word, which is sis. Assist and system. And then there's also the word stem that's in there. So a system means that there's a stem leading to the root. And again, that is why we started all of our nationality and everything, our restoration of the courts and all of that. We said we're going to start it clear, fresh, clean. We'll just start fresh, so that as we continue to do the things that we're doing, we know that everything is de jure, uncorrupted, because we wrote it. We wrote it. And so to serve an attachment or writ of attachment, in law, it is to levy an attachment on the person. So if I were going to go out and let's say I was going to serve publicly, which we're currently doing already, then I would put with a resume an attachment writ. And what does that attachment writ say? All it's saying is that we are securing, because see, seize and secure, those words mean the same thing, except one is a war term and the other is a peace term. To secure, that's what our attachment writs would say, to secure everything. Okay? We don't necessarily have to seize anything because it's already ours. We're just securing, continuing to secure and access our vast estate. So, to serve an execution, to levy an execution on lands, goods, or person by seizure or taking possession. Also, when we talk about taking, we're talking about the takings clause, the Fifth Amendment takings clause, which is also a peaceful move as opposed to seizure. Because anytime you think about the word seizure or seizer, any of the iterations of that word indicate something violent. The only time that that word even comes close to peace is when you're talking about the government. Caesar, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. We are Caesar in that manner because we're the government, always have been. The original Caesar was a Moor. So to serve an office is to discharge the duties incident to an office. And again, that's a little bit of a corrupt definition. We could clean that definition up. Offices are where charges emanate from. No charges can ever emanate from anything less than an office. And that's why we don't give titles and offices to foreign matter, because then fake charges will come and they'll expect fake fiat to pay that. And then we would have to do fake things, and we're not fake. We're real. We're de jure. And then it says here, to serve a person heir to a property. Let's look at this carefully. In Scots law, now when you talk about Scots law, we're also talking about Knights Templar and, Knights of Malta, etc. To take the necessary legal steps for putting an heir in possession of the property. That's the kind of service that we do. And that's the kind of service that we're going to continue to demonstrate. All of us do that. First, to put our own selves in possession of our property. Okay? We use persons to do that, to include our own persons that we own, that we use, whether it be in all capital letters or in capitis diminutio minima or media, which means first letter capitalized and the rest of the letters lowercase. Those are tools that we use or persons that we use, but they must be restated because we cannot use someone's dead person. We cannot be the authorized representative of the dead because we're alive. Now, there are some Moors who use, who feel that they get an occasional, and I've spoken to them, they'll get one good result from being the authorized representative, but then when they go for the big catch, they fall into a rabbit hole or step in some poop, some corporate dead corpse poop. It's because that system is not designed for the living. It's designed for the dead. And the dead they just walk around, they wander around in the dismal crypts, looking around and looking for things and trying to find a way out, but there's no way out unless they proclaim that they're the living and then do living things and use living tools and use living words and send out living ships, which are documents. It says to serve a process. In general, to read a process to the party concerned, to give due notice, or to leave an attested copy with him or his attorney, or at his usual place of abode. And Noble Phoenix, that's what you were speaking about putting the notice on the door of the courthouse and doing those things. As you can see here, when we read it on the public record, they're served. We are doing that right now. That's why we put things out on the public record, out in the public domain electronically. You know, this is the public domain. And then we send things out by mail using our government mailing process. So again, we're all going in the same direction. And so it says Islam nobility.
I just have to say right there, once I was able to get the mailing process, of my obstacles were removed.
Yes.
I was using a prepaid methodology before.
Yeah.
Speaking to what you just said, sometimes when you do certain things, you get some results, and then after a while, it doesn't work. But then doing it from our government even made more sense to me, because now I'm not coming as me. I'm coming as us. You're not going to deny us, because there's too much spirit energizing us collectively. So that's why I really appreciate that mailing process, because it's working. And
indeed.
And I know it will continue to work. So Islam, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Nobility, for that. That process is one of several of the first processes that we introduced. And again, we introduced it from our sovereign place and state, so that we could not be told, no, you can't do that. That doesn't work. You can't. We said no. We're doing it from our de jure place, because we knew that we were restating those documents even as we were using them by putting our proper, and then we were depositing our proper documents into the right treasury, because some people don't know it, but every time you put something in the mail, it's a deposit. It is a deposit. It is the use of the treasury. And we wanted to ensure that as we sent our documents and we put our return addresses and mailing locations on there, when we put them on there, that the documents would still go where they're going. And no one could say, oh, you can't do your address where you are. You can't do it like this. You have to do it like we say do it. And we said, no, we're going to state that we're the empire in red and all lowercase letters, and put certain things on there. We're not going to use zip codes. We're going to use latitude and longitude and natural area code and all of that. And we said, because we're the government and we know we are. And the system complied with what we stated and continues to comply. And that compliance has been going on since the very beginning. The minute we got the legal process right, but did it from our de jure standing and restated that process. And we did have to restate it on the public record, where we talked about the mailing process and the postal. It's called the mailbox rule, which they called it the mailbox rule, but we said no, we're going to elevate that and make it the mailbox law, and also the postal law. And we that's in some of the past videos where when we give our documents to the subjects at the post office, well, who were the subjects? We didn't even have to go speak to anyone. All we did was deposit it in the depository box inside our post office to claim the land, because that's really a claim to the land at the post office. We're using the post office, and then when you go in and speak to them, all they're doing, they're just a retail commercial operation. So we don't even have to do that. We just go in and put it just like we showed in our mailing situation, in our mailing video. We're claiming the land. We're not even talking to subjects. We don't have to. The word service, noun, from the Latin servitium, from servus or slave. And slave, let us be clear and clarify it on the public record. Slave and Slav are the same word, as in Slavic, or of a Slavic person. Okay, that's where that word came from. I'm not saying that Slavic people are slaves. I'm saying Slavic persons are slaves. The occupation or condition of a servant. Employment, especially public employment, that's service. Are you doing living service or dead service? A branch or department of this, including the people working in it. The United States Armed Forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marine Corps, as he was in the service for 3 years. I wanted to point out, too, that the words Army and Navy and Marine, those are all body parts. Air is the breath. Army is the arm. Navy is the navel. Air Force is the breath. And Marine is the water within us. Those are body parts. That's our service. That's the temple. Okay? And so when we talk about the United States Armed Forces, we're talking about the living temple, okay, versus the dead corpse. And then it says, number 5, and let us be clear about this one, work done for a master or superior. And whenever I see the word superior, I just put the word sovereign there. We work for ourselves. We govern ourselves. I, self-law, am master. And we use our persons to do that. And our arm, leg, arm, head, Allah. Work done or duty performed for another or others. That means each other. A serving. And again, when service is being performed, the species determines who is actually doing the serving and who's the master and who's the servant. Because where service is concerned, there is always a commercial exchange. You will know what kind of service you're doing and who the master is by the species that you use. Number 6, a serving as professional services, repair service, a life devoted to public service. And I want to look at the word devoted to public service. The word devote means that no group had to tell you that. It's something that came from within. You voted within yourself. Devoted means not vote. Okay. Well, I did not have to vote on whether to serve my nation once I realized and woke up and remembered who I was. And that's the case for this Congress as well. The fact that you're even here states that you didn't need anyone's vote to serve. You didn't need anyone's vote. I didn't need anyone's vote either. Yes, we are indeed. Empress Shasha says we are the sovereign standing armed forces indeed. Yes, indeed. It states here, number 7, service is respect for our nation, attention to the heirs, devotion to each other and the law, as of a lover to his lady. And they say that's rare and archaic for the word service. That's how we know that's the right one. Rare and archaic and obsolete are the terms that we look at and we say that's the one right there. That's what our intention is, and that's what we're talking about. Okay. Yes, true devotion indeed, Justice Howard. Yes. By Earth, Wind, and Fire, that song, True Devotion. Yes, indeed. Number 8, the serving of God as through good works, prayer, etc. And again, we don't pray to anyone because there's no need for us to pray to anyone when we pray to Allah, which is us. And for us, prayer is affirmation and statement. It's worship. Number 9, any religious ceremony, and we know our religion is the law. The law is our religion. Usually public worship as church service, marriage service, etc. And again, church, ecclesia, government, same thing from the rare, archaic, ancient meaning. Number 11, helpful, beneficial, friendly, etc. Act, giving assistance, advantage to another. Giving advantage to another. We do that when we assist one another and stay together. And so we could go on about service, a set of utensils or articles. And when they talk about articles at number 14, they're talking about articles of for the Confederation, articles of a treaty, articles of a or utensils of a constitution, or of any laws that we state. Okay. And then you can read some of the other things. Now, where it says number 20, and in animal husbandry, we're not in animal husbandry, so this one does not apply. The covering of a female by the male, that does not apply here. Why? Because when our sons were in our bellies, we covered them first. Now, males who covering and protecting is a little bit different when you're talking about sovereigns. No one covers the sovereigns. We cover ourselves. And then our sons, our males, are the protectors indeed. They don't cover us, they protect. There's a difference. In law, service is notification of legal action, especially through the serving of a writ. Okay? So divine service here, the worship of God according to some established form, formally in law, a kind of tenure by which and it's the rest of this definition is up here at the top, by which and I didn't put it here. Okay, so divine service again is worship of God according to established law, and that's what we know it to be, according to established law. The principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our sovereign, powerful demonstrations and study, these processes that we share are based on that same long-established law, stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application. These are things that we do every day on a daily basis, okay? To intelligently govern our vast estate. Every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments that are, for this we're grateful. So now we want to share the process today of the performance bond, the bid bond, and the payment bond process. That is a process that we stayed away from for as long as we could, until we knew that the ancestors had given us the proper way to do it so that we did not ever capitulate to a corpse. Okay? So in the past, we talked about general services, and some call, in the corpse world, it's called General Services Administration, quote unquote. Okay? Well, we are general services, period. We're not administrating. We are the general services ministry. And so we can just take the word administration, because we know when you squish ad and ministry together, that means do not minister. So whenever we would go in our sleep as minors, enacting minor status, When we would go and say, hey, we want our inheritance, they would administer some inheritance, and it was just debt that they were giving. It wasn't anything other than debt. Okay? And so the General Services Sample Creditor Bond that we are going to demonstrate today, if you will notice, we put United States for America, and again, we restate everything. The reason that I feel comfortable doing this, number one, is because we restated it and we created it de jure from start to finish by our own sovereign hand. Additionally, we did the study and we spoke to some Moors who used the process previously where they weren't claiming that they were Moors. And just like we stated previously, if you do a process and you don't claim your status, it might work once or twice, but they're not going to let it keep working because they already know. All they do when Moors get a semi-win, and we don't even call it a win because it's really not a win, when they do a process and they're not claiming their status, but that process worked as if they were a quote-unquote citizen, the only reason they get a little bit of success there is because the ancestors want us to know the legal process. So they'll say, okay, are they doing the process right? Yep, they're doing the process right. Okay, good. Let's give them a check mark for doing the process right, but they didn't declare their nationality, so we can't let it continue. So then they'll get a win, what they consider a win, and then when they try to do the big grab and get the estate and get and access whatever it is that they feel they claimed, they run right into that nationality door. Every time, they run into that nationality door. Think about it, Moors. If we did some processes and we were not claiming our status, or we had a bunch of allonges to some dead contracts, and we're pretending to act like we were co-debtors, then whoever it is that's looking to get paid for that debt is all they're doing is watching their debtor system. And whenever a contract comes up, they look to see who is it that contract, who made that contract. Oh, so-and-so made that contract. Well, how are they getting a new conveyance when they owe us? Let's go get them. And then we'll find a way to get the conveyance back too. Whereas, again, when we keep it clean, we're doing this not just for us, but for into perpetuity. Nobody can come back and claim anything. And more, let me say this. Proof of that is what our ancestors did. The buildings and things that we showed, the structures that we showed, still belong to us, still are on the land, and all of that. They're still ours. What our ancestors put in place, all we're doing is our ancestors are saying as they keep it clean, they can join us. As they are unalienable and inalienable and uncorrupt, they can join us. And they just watch along the way. It's when more jurisdiction can be invoked at any time. If you do a process and you're not claiming your nationality, again, you might make a little progress, but they're gonna come back for 2 or 3 times, and if it's not working for those who designed that fake thing, if it's not working for them, and it's not, that's why they all rioting and carrying on, then it's certainly not going to work for the heirs whom that system knows is the heirs. And so, again, If it wasn't about nationality, they wouldn't have hid it from us. Just a side note. So let's take a look at this process. And we went ahead and demonstrated the process. We demonstrated it 3 times in the last week and a half. And boy, I'm telling you, we can see. Listen, I'm surprised it wasn't an earthquake. A few more earthquakes in the demonstration of this process. The ancestors, the first time we demonstrated it, the ancestors said, okay, now that's good. You restated it. You kept it under your sovereign authority. Now, make these changes, do this, change this, and do this. We said, okay, let's do that. Let's demonstrate it again. We got more information and access. One of the things that we did, someone at the beginning of this call, Empress Angel, I believe, mentioned the angel number 1111. Is that correct, Empress Angel? Did you mention that number at the beginning? You and Justice Nathan?
Yes, Islam. Yes, we did. The 555 and 1111.
Look, right there. Look, 1111. What I told you.
Yes, Islam.
We literally demonstrated that. We literally demonstrated that this week.
Islam.
Islam, no.
Also 5, 2 and 3. It's also 5.
Yes. We're all on one accord. Let's just make that clear. We are all on one accord. All on one accord. Always have been. The collective consciousness, again, when we're thinking about things and we're studying it, the ancestors are using the great mind and passing that same information to others. And vice versa. The information that you all get as you study, all of us will know it as we continue to demonstrate. And so we did demonstrate this, and we put our King County Superior Court stamp on it. So now what we did is the demonstration that was given to us by one of our financial consuls, we just restated it, and we said, okay, now we're going to demonstrate this in our own state, not a dead state, okay? And in studying this process, we studied it. We've been looking at it for a while. But again, we weren't going to do it until we were sure in our spirit, just like Noble Phoenix said. He felt comfortable, and his spirit agreed and affirmed with what he did. That is key, to be that in tune with your spirit, so that when you do something, your spirit and your intention comes through. So we did this demonstration, and again, all we were doing is demonstrating to see, how things go. And the ancestors showed us. So we talked about the military, the way that names are stated from a military perspective. It's last name first name last, and then first name and last name first, and then first name, and then middle, either middle initial, nothing in the middle, or middle name. And so with this process, we were doing a release of lien on real property. So again, we're not at war. This is a peacekeeper tool. How do we know it's a peacekeeper tool? Because of our fiduciary document that we placed on the public record that says we're not at war, but we can use whatever letters we want to use in whatever sequence we want to use them, because we are not the dead United States Corporation Company. We're the living. And now we can speak to the system and use that system. So whereas Richie, Pauline, Denise, that's what the system was using. That's what the system uses. Richie, Pauline, Denise. 333 South Grand Avenue, Lansing, Michigan. This is stated as a corporate address in blue, and this is the vital statistics at Michigan where the instrument of a birth certificate was placed. Now, let's say this about which birth certificate we're pointing to when we talk about a bond. The birth certificate that we're pointing to is our creation. So let me point that creation out. We showed it on the public record a while back, but let's take a look at that creation. Let me pull up the link to it. No, let's see. This might be it. I believe this is it. And in a minute, we're going to talk about this part right here of the Constitution as well. Okay, no, that's not it. Let me pull up the birth certificate piece, or the birth affidavit, birth certificate that we created.
As you're pulling that up, Islam, quick question.
Yes,
as
indeed.
You're pulling that up with the birth certificate, I know that in Michigan in particular, I'm assuming all the other states do the same. You have a local file number or a state file number that's shown on the birth certificate, which to me indicates where it's actually filed. That's where it's housed within that location. Like in ancient days, I'm dating myself, we actually had file cabinets, and that's the file number. So that's where it lives at.
Yes.
That's where the organized organization that they created with a facsimile of your name, that's where it lives at.
Yes.
That's where it resides, not you, where it resides.
Right.
So,
now, let us make it clear that the document, what we're doing is we're making it so that the system recognizes its own documents, its own things. So this is our living birth certificate bond for Pauline Denise Ritchie. Okay, and this record number is the same record number. Again, we created this document, but on the dead corpse birth certificate that was created by foreigners, the number sequence is the same, but we've restated those numbers. So here's local file number, and it's really small, but we will bring it forth. Local file number 798. If you were to look on the birth certificate created by the foreign corpses, you would see file number 798. So we just wanted to make it clear that, and here, let me put this on the screen so you can see it. We wanted to make it clear, just one moment, that we're talking about, we're the creditor speaking to our system. So this is the birth certificate. This is not the birth affidavit. It's, even though this is an affidavit. But this is the birth certificate that we restated. Michigan Public Healing Ministry. And this number, this 798 here, is the local file number. Because again, we're keeping everything uncorrupt. Here it is, 798. When you look at the birth certificate, quote unquote, that the corpses did, all of these numbers are the same. This is the true original of the mirror, the funny mirror version. Same time, all of the information is the same. Mother is, all of everything is the same, and then we stamped and sealed it, and then we also put the bond. We attached the bond, which is because that's all it was in the first place, was a bond. But we wanted our bond to be attached to the land and not to any corpses or any debt.
I'm assuming that you did this in a previous video.
I did.
And once again, I'm playing catch up.
Yes, indeed.
Can you please direct me to which one? I would love to do that, actually. I have no problem.
Okay. I can't direct you right now because I would have to look through them. But if someone would take a moment and look through them to see where the birth, because I believe we put that in the title, birth certificate bond or something similar to that in the title. All we did was recreate the information that was on the birth certificate, but put our stamps and seals on it. And then we also put the trust document, paid to trust account 798. And I could show you the one done by the previous. I could show you the birth certificate that they issued at the time.
So, I mean, it's the same as yours.
Yeah. Well, what you talked about, and I'm so grateful that you're here, Noble Phoenix, to state the things that you're stating, because you went through the temple and got your birth certificate or baptismal certificate, right?
Correct.
This is the equivalent of that as well, because we created it. So the temple created something for you, and we are the temple as well. So we just created it for ourselves, And again, we're all going in the same direction.
Indeed.
Yeah. So again, except that we wanted to create the national seals and stamps and things, because here's the thing even about the Moorish science temples and all of that. We could go out on the public record and pull a Moorish science temple of America seal. We can nationalize that seal, because if the seal was put on documents and those documents were under a 501c3 from the previous era, and again, we honor the work that was done, because they wanted to state their freedom and state who they really are. Okay, that they're one with us, we're all one. But we could take that, and there's no but with that, we can take that seal and nationalize it, put it in red, put Moorish Science Temple for America on it, and then put it on our documents and put it on the public record, and so on and so forth. And there again, the temple will have approved and not approved, but affirmed our document. We've always been the temple. What Prophet Noble Drew Ali did, he did it for all of us, not just a few. So any seal out there is a public seal if it's on the public record in the public domain.
May I ask, what program do you use to do the editing on all of these seals? Because all I got is this stupid word that doesn't allow me to do that. I have a version.
So
what do you use?
Okay, so let me go back to the bond and show you what I use. Whenever I pull a PDF up, and hopefully you can see the bond on the screen. Whenever I pull the PDF up, there's these icons at the top of the page. All of these icons here. If I want to put something on here, like I want to put certificate bond, I click on the T up here at the top. Click on that T and then click on the document and put the word up there, however, and that,
Are you using Windows or Mac?
This is Windows.
Okay.
This is Windows, and there, I'll click on the bottom so you can see. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll just
say Windows.
my brothers and sisters here, if anyone knows or uses a Mac.
Yeah, this is Windows.
And you have a program that allows you to do that, because Mac doesn't include that set of programs that allow you to do that type of editing. At least not that I've found yet.
If you pull up a PDF, can you pull up a PDF on Mac?
Yes.
Okay.
Allow me to do that full text of editing. I can do some, but very limited.
Okay. With Windows, we have that option, but again, you can always recreate the entire document in what you're doing, which would take more time. I know it would, but again, we still have to go through the whole document and straighten out any language that our spirit does not agree with, So, and these bonds that we're creating, again, we're creating them from the creditor perspective, not the debtor perspective, because we're rebutting fake bonds, debtor bonds, that were put out there to make money, quote unquote, which was nothing but debt and fiat, to make that for the dead. All we're doing is rebutting that with top tier instruments instead of bottom-ree instruments. Okay? Again, living instruments instead of dead instruments. Why? Because we create them. No one is creating these for us. We're doing it for ourselves. Okay? And then what we do is, again, this right here, this address is vital statistics for Michigan. And this right here is their creation. Okay? This is vital statistics, the subjects. And why do we say, what's the difference between a subject and a corpse? We are doing the authoring. So we get to say who it is. Whereas there are on the corpse side, the corpses they get to say who it is that's submitting or authoring the document. So we say, nope, this is United States for America, right up here at the top. We get to state who this is, who's who in the contract. And so then it says, whereas said surety established the said lien upon the following property. And I just put something random in here. I went on to the Mercedes-Benz website and I crafted a Mercedes from scratch, built one from scratch. And then I put it on this document and I said, I'm just going to do this demonstration from start to finish to illustrate how it's done. And then it says Pauline Denise Ritchie estate. It's not Ritchie Pauline Denise estate. It's Pauline Denise Ritchie estate. Okay. And then state of Michigan is not the dead state of Michigan. It's the subject state of Michigan. So again, yes, this is a corporation who did some corporate documents, but we said, okay, we're going to restate all of that so that it's living corporations that we're talking to who are under our sovereign authority. And then when we say state of Michigan, certificate of live birth, local file number 798, we're not talking about just Michigan, because just Michigan is the land. This particular commerce is being done from a corporate perspective. Okay, it's not when we talk about Michigan, the land, we're now talking about Constitution and all of that. With this, we're talking about a nationalized corporation, a natural corporation. And again, state of Michigan, when we state it, because the other one was liened, the dead one has been liened and sent to Guantanamo Bay. Now we have a living space there that we've put something in that space. And so this is a person too. State of Michigan is a person. It's just as much a person as Ritchie Pauline Denise. It's a person. It's not a people. It's a person. Just like U.S.government contract number. We did not contract with a dead U.S.government. We contracted with a living one. And the contract was between, that's all corporate stuff. So all we're doing is saying, hey, corporation, living corporation that's under our authority, take this person, match it with this person so that the real property comes out of lien, basically. Okay? But again, this is why our ancestors had us to start everything clean and clear from the very beginning, so that because these things cannot be done as co-debtors. They can't. They must be done as the creditor, by the creditor. Let's see, there's a question in the chat. Once we've restated our new live birth certificate, shouldn't we submit the old live birth certificate? You know, Justice Howard, I did that. I sent it by way of King County Superior Court, of which I'm the superior judge there, as are all Moors. And they sent it back. They took it into they took their person into their inventory and sent the documents back. And so now that we have established first, and I sent that along with a lien on the corpse, and you know, we've firmly put that resource in its proper place. And so once they sent everything back, I wouldn't even feel any type of way about using those instruments. We had to establish that those instruments were under my authority and not theirs. They took their person, and their person has been sent to Guantanamo Bay. And when I say there, I'm talking about the dead person. Okay, all we did was do probate on that dead thing and say, okay, that thing doesn't have an estate, it takes its debt with it. And then we created the living and said, okay. So if your spirit says submit the old live birth certificate, and you wouldn't be submitting it because you don't submit to anyone, so know the language to use should you demonstrate that. I would state the following. This is what I would say about that. There's no one there to submit it to. That's number one. They've all been sort of run off by COVID, quote unquote. So what I would do is hold it, but make sure there's a lien on any dead thing trying to use that as an instrument, as a bottomry instrument, trying to do animal husbandry and copulate with it. Just make sure that liens, and again, that's those first 6 documents, liens in place, and so on and so forth. Because, you know, again, even with the King County Superior Court, King County, Washington, we had to make sure before we started putting anything, stamp seals and anything on our documentation that it was under our sovereign authority, and it always has been. But now it's a living instrument that we use. It's, you know, it's still a person. It's just a natural person when we use them. And it says here, there are some forms here. And again, when we talk about forms, and we could look at each one of these forms, but please do the study on the forms because they had to be restated. Most of these I'm going to show you here. But I did look them all up. And when I looked them up, we had addressed all of them in what we're doing. Okay. But they are worth looking at. I can tell you that. Definitely worth looking at. So we used our court to state this lien, release of lien on real property. Whose lien are we releasing? That's the question. We are releasing any lien done by the dead because they didn't have any authority or anything over any conveyances, domicile, land, any of that. So we're stating, okay, we've done away with them. Now, any liens that were on that property are hereby released.
Islam,
Empress.
Could you say why you did not restate? Oh, hang on. Am I open? The U.S. Yes. Why did you not spell that out, please?
Because, and thank you. That's a great question. Let's get to that. Down here at the bottom, we were dealing with different entities and didn't know that until now. We didn't know that. Okay. The entity that did this, Richie Pauline Denise, is U.S.Government. For there was always duplicity, and that's a term that our financial consul uses when he discusses or when they talk about the hypothecation and the subrogation,
right.
the mimicry. Right. Okay, so now we're not talking about when they talked about instruments of a lower tier, U.S.Government contract number, we couldn't possibly be speaking to a dead U.S.Government because there's no such thing because we dealt with that already. Right. Now we're talking about a person. U.S. is a person, government contract number, and Richie Pauline Denise is the contract that was created by this one. And then what we're saying here is, whereas I being this thing, not I being me, the I here is this Richie Pauline Denise, which is my creation. That's right. Being a duly authorized representative of the United States government. So it's written all the way out here. Up here, they're talking about a contract. Down here, they're talking about who is it that implemented the contract. So and again,
your special, what's the terminology now?
Special appearance?
No, that's the tool that
yes.
I can't find the words right.
Yes.
But, and up there, as I'm listening to you now, that is with the last name first.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just sort of seeing it now. We're actually, even though they're all subjects of ours, you're still talking two different entities or two different because that
yes.
U.S is attached to the military way of writing, and then
right, yes,
down here. So I see it now. I didn't.
Yes.
I was just ahead of myself, as you said. Let us get to it. So.
Yes, Empress, and when I said that you and I are always on the same page with everything, it seems like you say it, and it's we're one, definitely. It's almost like we're attached at the brain because we are.
We are.
We are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me read this sentence too, Empress, because this is important about what we're stating about this instrument. It says, whereas I, Richie Pauline Denise, and this may assist with answering your very highly well thought out questions, because I had the same questions when I was looking at the documentation. It says, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. And whereas the surety, this is the surety, remains liable to the United States government, and that's still a natural person, for continued performance of the said government contract and satisfaction of liens of claims pertaining thereto. In other words, we're discontinuing the use of any lien that was placed in the name of Richie Pauline Denise.
Right. And I mean, it's all about being in honor, actually, and getting in honor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Now, seeing this other part now.
Yes, indeed, Empress. Thank you for that. That just, yes. It makes all the sense in the world when we are talking about getting rid of anything that is attempting to stand in front of our sovereign status,
right,
to claim anything,
Right.
We didn't realize in our sleep that there was even a fourth person involved.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah. And it was only when I looked at this, and those that the one that I got this demonstration from initially, let's see, without giving away too much information, they used this process to get someone who is related to me by blood out of jail.
Okay.
He was only in there but a few hours.
Okay.
So I said, let me just look at the process. They didn't even go down to they just sent the word, and
boom.
They were like, you've been bailed out. They said, and they used those words, you've been bailed out. And not 1 ounce of fiat was sent. Not a penny was sent. No checks written, no nothing.
Nothing.
Islam speaking.
Islam, Empress.
Empress Angel and then Noble Phoenix.
One moment, please. Okay. So this document, is there a PDF link that you're going to be putting in the chat, please, so I can get to typing?
Yes. I can do that, yes. In fact, let me just upload this document right now to my Gmail, to the drive, so that you can pull it. And I'll put the link to that in the chat. Thank you for that, Empress Angel.
Yes, because we have work to do here concerning that matter.
Yeah.
For all Moors.
I tell you, my relatives are all over this information. They're all over it. I'm telling you, they're all over it. And with them being all over the information, they're demonstrating and then coming back. I mean, we all kind of woke up at the same time. And so, here, let me pull it. We all woke up at the same time, and they have just really been, cutting my learning curve by going ahead and just demonstrating. Just demonstrate. And Islam.
That's something I've asked the ancestors for a very long time ago, to shorten the learning curve, and I find it, in alignment that you use the same exact terminology that I've been using, as far as, leveling up, getting work done. And it is, when you ask the ancestors for knowledge, wisdom, they will give it to you, and it will shorten your learning curve.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. I'm just so grateful that all of, and just like we've been stating, so many are on the same page and going in the same direction and doing the same work, that it's just amazing that so much is getting done, so quickly. Here, let me grab this link really quickly.
While you're looking for that, let me just share a quick testimony in relation to what you just showed about the use of those forms and the release of folks. One of our empresses, she's a Grand Chiefess, has been working with a brother who was very maliciously attacked by some of their dead folks, I'll put it that way, and he's held in a prisoner of war camp. And he's only been there for like 6-7 months, but they took his eye out in the abuse that they heaped on him. He lost his eye. Okay. And so she filled out those forms and did everything correctly, competently, and exact same thing. The brother was released, and she actually showed me the so-called acting judge's order for the release, and that was just last Sunday. It was literally 1 week ago. At the update on the Friday before, I was just so thrilled to hear that, because it just shows the success when we act competently and we express ourselves competently, because we never really knew how to use these forms correctly. We had bits and pieces, but the information has been flowing out because they have been giving us this information. So I don't have any hesitation restating these and doing them competently. So thank you.
It was actually one of my nephews, and I have many, but one of my nephews got pulled over. And another one of my relatives and they are declared Moors, all of them. And they did the process, and he was out of there so fast that it was just unbelievable. And they were claiming that they had, quote unquote, warrants out there for the court and couldn't hold them. I said, okay, well, let me just look at it, do some study, and I've been looking at it. And this was only probably a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago that he was set free. And so, but we wanted to take time to look at the process, and then I had to, go within and ensure that there was no confusion, because when we introduce processes, we want to make sure that we state things clearly so it does not cause confusion. We're not confused. We know who we are, and we know who exactly, we know that we started everything clean and clear, and so we know that there's no corruption in our processes. And but when we present the information, we want to, and that's why I'm so grateful for this Congress, because this Congress does not hesitate to ask the questions and point things out and state things to ensure that there's no confusion. You all offer more clarity for the public record, for the heirs who might have those questions that were unable to attend. And so, now look here carefully, because Empress Shasha, what you stated earlier, let's further talk about this United States government versus the U.S. and then the real government. Islam nobility.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't one of them minor and the other one is major?
Yes.
Is that what's going on here? Okay.
Yes. So one is major, one is minor, and one is just a contractor.
Yeah.
There's three of them.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Just by reading it, you could tell one is the major, one is the contractor, and one is the minor.
Yes.
Okay, that confirmed what I was thinking already. Islam.
Mm-hmm. So here it says, have determined that the lien is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract. So now we're talking us, the government, the real government. And then here, the United States government, and again, that's us as well, but that's the commercial arm of the government. Because, see, the government is not a corporation. The government uses corporations. That's why we created our own United States Creditor United States for America and United States and we have all the layers. There's a sovereign United States, and then underneath that is the corporation United States, and underneath that is, the contractor United States. And then above that, at the top where we are, there is the earth-wide United States for America, which we are united with the United States for Brazil, the United States for Africa, the United States for Venezuela, so that we can see where we needed to create everything brand new so that we don't intersperse with the debtors. That's why we did what we did, so there's no mistaking who the creditor is and who the debtors are. We had to do away with the debtors first, then discuss what has really taken place on our vast estate. So it says here, whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government for continued performance of the said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto, now therefore this agreement witnesses that the government, which is the ultimate authority, hereby releases the aforementioned lien.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Oh my goodness. I love that word. Oh my goodness. Did you know, do anybody really know what she just said with this document? I do. That means you just released every lien that they put on you when you was in the system with this document. This is so awesome. This is perfect timing right now. Islam.
Yeah.
There's still a question. Because the sentence just before that last one, whereas the surety remains liable to the United States government. Would you go into detail about that, please?
So the liens are off, but the surety is not stateless. Because that was the issue. Richie, Pauline, Denise, as written by them, was stateless, and so they commandeered it. So we said we're going to lien them out of business and create our own Richie, Pauline, Denise in all capital letters. Because this was actually the underlying fraud. It was the fraud on that side that we didn't see. For example, Richie, Pauline, Denise is what USAA used to establish an account. And then they hid that one underneath. And then they presented to us a different account number that was in the name of Pauline Denise Ritchie in all capital letters, or even in capitis diminution minima. So
watch this. So show you the uniformity that's going on here, without you ever telling me. Sharing this here, literally. Not even a month ago, just barely a month and a half ago, I did an affirmation, and I put this on the record, published it, etc. And it was an acceptance of my title, my deed, my everything, my estate, and a restating of the names and all this derivatives thereof.
Yeah.
They are all now my natural persons tied to the land.
There you go.
So that this surety, no matter how you stated it, is now no longer stateless, but it's tied to our ancestral land. Now, I did that before you even mentioned any of this.
Yes.
So you want to talk about some synchronicity. Wow.
Yes, we're one.
Puppy here.
We're one. We just, all we desired to do was just wake up and speak competently about these things. State that we see where the fraud is. Let's get rid of the fraud and put the truth on the record. That's it.
I'm actually somewhat not speechless, but almost muted.
Yeah, but we know you don't mute Justice Noble Phoenix, so come on with it.
But wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
It was time for this to come forth. Our ancestors know what they're doing with us. And they also created fertile ground so that we could all receive this information and not be confused, because it was coming to all of us anyway. So now let's go to the next document. And of course, Empress Angel and Justice Nathan, we did put 1111. This was when it was stamped by our court, King County Superior Court. And then again, this is a United States for America. Now, there was several things going on that we needed to, not needed, we desired to see. Well, through our study of these documents, and we did put the link to the document in the chat. Empress Angel, did you get that link to this document?
Yes, Islam,
okay.
I did.
Islam.
Thank you.
Great. Hopefully everyone got that link, and we will put the link to the document under the video at Light Tajiri Bay on YouTube. Let me paste that link here. To sovereign okay. Let's go back to the bond. And again, this is proper rebuttal to debtor bonds, because who's issuing the bonds? We are. That automatically makes them living bonds. Now, the second part of this is the release of personal property from escrow. I really had to look at this page, because when I saw it, I thought, escrow. We've been hearing that word with regard to real estate, real estate, real estate. For years, we've been hearing it. There was a third person who was holding the property in escrow. So we had to not only release the lien, but then command that the property be released from escrow. Now, with what we've been doing, we've done that by way of our affidavit. We stated, we did a lien, and we said, okay, debtor, state you're done, okay? And then we put on the public record that we're the fiduciaries for everything that concerns us. And then we began putting affidavits that would allonge to these documents, and that's where the 40 documents come in at for us, is things like this require that a state secretary be in place, or that office be in place. And again, we've already put the office in place for all Moors on the public record. It requires that a governor be in place. For all the states, and Moors, you all have done that. You've put the constitutions on the public record, and so on and so forth. Okay? And so we all had to do this. Who receives these release of personal property from escrow? Whoever it is that's holding the property. And it's not really whoever that's holding the property. It's always going to be a custodial system that's holding the property. Because, see, now we're still speaking to a system of persons. A system of persons. Within that system of persons, it could be a dealership, or it could be, and most likely it's going to be a manufacturer. And they've been showing us that we were talking to a manufacturer system by showing us robots working in a manufacturing plant, putting things together, putting it out on the assembly line, and by the time that thing comes out, it's been put together by a system, and it's already produced in its fullness. Okay, so Empress Sabra stated in the chat, she put a great question in there. How can this be done if the property is in a deceased ancestor's straw man name? It can't be done in the name of anything or anyone dead, and it can't be done in the name of a straw man. It cannot, because straws are empty. And so straws are stateless. They don't have a state. They don't have any state that has properly marked that instrument. And so the dead claim it. But when you look at our fiduciary document is proper claiming of any letters that we use. That's a great question. And our fiduciary document states that we are not using dead instruments, but that we're using living, natural persons. See, a straw man was mimicking a natural person. A person is letters. A person is all caps or in capitis diminutio minima or media. That's what a person is a tool. We were thinking that a person was us. We're not persons, we're people. So that's a great question. Nothing dead or deceased can do this process. That's why we waited and said, ancestors, when we feel comfortable and you show us this process and how to use it, they said just restate it properly so that you're using all things living. Okay, we get to create and name whatever we create. We get to name it just like God did in the Biblios. God said to Adam, I've created all these things, go name it.
Islam,
nobility.
Empress, like, you know I love you, right?
I love you too.
Because I know what this is right here.
Yes, you do.
I know what escrow is because, you know, I was in my sleep in the corporate business. So as anything in escrow, oh my goodness.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And I'm gonna say it again. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Because this right here got him.
Yeah.
Got released everything. I'm not trying to talk no more. Is back in the hands of the Moors. And grand rising to y'all. I don't want to say it because I don't want us to know. I know what this is. We gonna hold on.
And by the way, that's why Empress Angel, I saw that you reached out. I said let me just hold off because I would have talked to you for 5 hours probably about what we're doing, and I wanted to wait until today. So I said let me just wait until today just to so that I can keep my thoughts straight line. I wasn't ignoring you by any means. I know you're demonstrating powerful.
I know, Islam. I knew that was something to that effect. Yes. I was like, she's waiting.
The consciousness is all over the place. When I heard the message that you all sent, the New York Morning, I was like, okay, just wait. Just give me a second. Let me put this here. So, you know, because you were saying, you know, we want to just affirm the next step because you know what the next steps are. You just wanted to affirm them. Here it is.
That part right there.
When you called, I was working on it when you called. I was like,
that part.
They are not going to wait. So it's all good. It's all good. I wasn't ignoring you, but I wanted to get it finished so that I could present it today.
Okay. That part. And then my solar return is returning on the 24th, and I know that part. Yeah. We know what that means.
We do, because like I told you on one of our previous calls, the 24th of May, something always happens physically for me on the 24th of May. Because that was around the time that we all woke up. Me and my siblings woke up at the same time, and we were comparing notes right around the end of May, somewhere around that time period. And then the following year, you know, and we could talk all day about that, but we're gonna get back to this. But the following year was when I told you that for 3 days I couldn't really sleep because I felt this energy.
Yeah.
That had me tingling so much that I felt like I was walking on air for 3 days, starting May 24th, 25th, 26th. And I think that year the full moon was around that time. It was just amazing. So anyway, Empress Angel, you know now, and I knew you would get it. That's why I said I'm just gonna wait and just let me finish. I was typing very quickly.
I know. I understand. Understand.
We can see. You all know. We can see. We get it. We get each other.
Yes. That part.
So. Let's see here. Let's finish here. Now it says here, whereas, and again, same thing, by a bond for the performance of U.S. government contract number, and then we put the contract is connected to state account 798. Now again, we created our 798. We could have authenticated, quote unquote, because we turned it in. They accepted their person and sent everything back, and we showed you that, where we packed up all of their bottom re-instruments, passport, driver's license, college identification. We showed all of that. What else? All of that. Anything that we had that was issued, birth certificate, marriage license, all of that stuff, bottom re-instrument, we packed all that stuff up and turned it in, sent it to King County Superior Court to let them take that person and do whatever they're going to do with that person, give it to the dead, whatever they did. They just took it into inventory. They sent me an inventory list. They sent back an inventory list, and they sent back all of the documents, every one of the instruments. They sent them back, but I sent an affidavit with it saying, there's the dead person. So I could have used it, but again, you know, we're not afraid of the documents and bottom re-instrument. We're not afraid of them, but we know that we're the creditors, and that when we create things, we already know there's no hypothecation in it, there's no subrogation. So we created our own birth certificate, and that birth certificate is moored to the living birth affidavit because we created that too. And we named all of these things. That's how we know we're staying out of some fraudulent jurisdiction. Any documents that were created by the temples and things like that, and I'll just say this, we're not condemning any of that. What we're saying is we couldn't be sure if those documents have been hypothecated or not, or subrogated or something, or whatever, because we didn't know the true origin of the document. And so we said, okay, every document that they have on the record that they're issuing for Moors, we'll just look at them and issue them for ourselves. That way we know where they came from, we know where they originated from, we know we've done the study, we know the documents are pure and clean and all of that. Now, again, we're not stating that their documents are not clean and pure. What we're saying is we wanted to be sure that what starts in our truth stays in our truth, because we know we're the sovereign. We know we're the temple. We know we're the heirs, the beneficiaries. We're entitled to create our own. We're self-governing. So we had to create our own. So let's continue. Again, the document became the surety for the complete and successful performance of the contract. We're not surety. We're now talking documents, numbers, contracts, etc. But again, we wanted everything to start with us so that we know who we're talking to. And some of these I didn't fill out because they're already stated. Connected to state account 798, and it says in account number so-and-so on deposit at King County Superior Court, King County, Washington. Again, I sent all documents, and I've sent or placed on the public record my driver's license that I created, my state security number that I created, and everything that I created, I put it on the public record and notified all others. So we can state that, okay, and then we sent a whole stack of documents, including the 40, to King County Superior Court, King County, Washington. So that anything that we send is allonged to the land, is attached to the land, is moored to the land. As we send documents out into Admiralty onto the high seas. Okay? And then here again, whereas I, and that's not me, that's Richie Pauline Denise, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer, have determined that retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. Now, let me state for the record that in my sleep, I had completed all of the contracting officer classes and did obtain my the warrant as a contracting officer in my sleep. I did work in acquisitions, and then I went over to become the national training analyst for Hyundai Motor America at Fountain Valley, California, followed by aerospace analyst for a company that was contracted with Los Angeles Air Force Base. And so we've done the contracting piece. This is just another, we got our certifications and all of that. So we felt comfortable. Now, I will say this, all Moors can do this process right here because we have made our contracting officer experience public. So you can properly claim that you have this authority, okay? Because we're sharing our authority with all others, and not that we had to share it because you have your own, but that's just to clarify for the record. And so it states here, being a duly authorized representative of the United States government as a warranted contracting officer, have determined that retention and escrow of the following property is no longer required to ensure further performance of the said government contract or satisfaction of claims arising therefrom. Islam. And then we can, at some point, maybe the next time that I demonstrate this, I'll change this word act to law, which we've already done it on the public record, so I didn't change it in this time, but it's changed in my intentions. And then we also talked about 12 U.S.C. 95A, full acquittance and discharge using our court. And then court case, any charges against the estate. And we're going to show you again forms 24, 25, 25A, 28. We've shown those in the past. And then State of Michigan Certificate of Live Birth. And then here's the same thing. Discussing escrow, and it says now, whereas the surety remains liable to us for the continued performance of the said government contract and satisfaction of claims pertaining thereto. Now, therefore, this agreement witnesses that the government hereby releases from escrow the property listed above and directs the custodian of the aforementioned escrow account to deliver the listed property to the surety. Now, they're not even delivering it to the living me. They're delivering it to the surety and wherever the surety says that the surety is. And we'll show you that in just a moment, because you're still going to get the property. Okay? If the listed property, let's see, if the listed property comprises the whole of the property placed in escrow in the aforementioned escrow account, now it's the government who further directs the custodian to close the account and to return all property therein to the surety. So we're putting a nice, pretty bow on our vast estate, along with any interest accruing. And interest accruing has everything to do with the Cestui V trust, talking about the interest, because that's a spiritual word first before it is a financial word. So, along with any interest accruing, which remains after the deduction of any fees lawfully owed to King County Superior Court, which again is still us, King County, Washington. And then King County Superior Court has received this because I received it. Why? Because I wrote it. And then we put it on the public record like we're doing now. And then this is the bid bond part. Now, if someone who has their dictionary, a scholar, which we all are, pull up the word bid, B-I-D, so that we know that, number one, we have the authority to state what bid means, but number two, so that it puts us in the ballpark. So someone with a dictionary, the word bid, and we'll give just a moment to do that.
Islam,
Empress.
All right, so this is Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, page
Islam.
205, and it is bid, an offer by an intending purchaser to pay a designated price for property which is about to be sold at auction. And then there's some, case law. But
yes.
And then it goes on if you want more, or
yes, please.
Okay, then it says an offer to perform a contract for work and labor or supplying materials at a specified price. Similarly, an offer to do any of various other acts as a payment by a bank of a particular rate of interest for the privilege of becoming a depository of county funds.
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes. So now, thank you, Empress, several very important words in there. And several things that I want to state about those words. We heard the word contract in there. We have always stated that we have no contracts with the dead. And we still don't. That's why cleaning everything, keeping everything clean, and terminating all corporate contracts and staying de jure and sovereign as we do, put these processes on the public record was so important to us. We saw things that we could have contracted with the dead for, but we were willing to wait until we put the processes on the public record, and we said we don't care how long we had to wait. We're not contracting with the dead. We're not going to issue bottomry instruments. We're not going to do any of that. Yes, Justice Harold says, first Justice Noble Phoenix says, and that's what the colonizer did. They renamed everything. Yes, they didn't even use our vast estate. They renamed things and did fraudulent movements and actions and actings. It was all enactment, all of it. Justice Harold says, first we stopped the commerce on the person. Yes, that's what the liens and the court actions did. Second, this process pulls the finance and pulls the bottomry instruments out of any trading. Yes, we don't use bottomry instruments. We restate. In other words, we create it fresh and new in our own state, the living state. And then, as Empress Shasha was reading, again, we don't contract with the dead. We're now all of these instruments. In other words, it's almost like we're talking to ourselves and answering ourselves and paying ourselves and all of that, because that's actually what's happening. These are persons, and all we're doing is moving our chess pieces around on our own chessboard because it's our estate. And then when they said, oh, it's going to be auctioned off, well, they were pretending to auction the subjects. Now, the system will auction some things off. Okay. The system will do that, but we can always reclaim things properly using the proper statements and system and everything. We don't use anything dead at all. And so now, Empress Shasha, also we want to bring up the species part because you mentioned the word payment. We cannot use their dead fiat to get things that are on the land. And everything is on the land. Conveyances, domiciles, all of it is on the land. Because we stated that it's on the land. But we have to prove that it's on the land. So when you're talking about conveyances and things, you're talking about a manufacturer's certificate of origin, the title, the registration. We do all of that on the land. We must create those documents. And that's where the driver's license comes in at, that we created. All Moors can create their own, all of these documents. We cannot depend on others to govern our estate. We do it ourselves. Now, there have been some attempts to centralize these actions, and we honor those who want to bring it all, and say, okay, I'll do the driver's licenses so everybody can come to me, but we have to use the right species so that we don't leave any doors open or windows open or back doors open for a thief and a robber to come in and try and claim anything. And that's why we were willing to wait, to know the process, to make sure that the process is unalienable by the dead and inalienable, and also that the processes stay clean and clear and fresh and uncorrupted. That which starts in truth stays in truth. So we waited and waited and waited to introduce the process and put all the other, especially the 6 documents. The other documents, and I'm so grateful for the Moors who have taken the time to do the 40+ red documents, because that means we have more state secretaries and governors and currency controllers and law enforcement police chiefs and chief executive officers and chief financial officers and all of that. We have more of those, and I'm not saying that any others are not, but what I am saying is that we can see that, yes, you have lawful claim to those offices, but then putting something on the record competently is what our ancestors are desiring that we do, is use the system. It's a legal and lawful system where everything in the system is aligned or along with or connected to or adhesed to, because it's adhesion, we are bonded together with sovereign documents and our proper claim. And so with this bid bond piece, again, this Pauline Ritchie at 333 South Grand Avenue, Lansing, Michigan, that is not me. That's not me. That's not that's not me. That's an instrument. It's an individual instrument. And again, certificate of title, there it is. There's that birth certificate number, 798. The surety is Pauline Denise Ritchie, and look at her address. 55 Water Street. Because, see, that's where all the flooding happened and the lost at sea business happened in the dead world. Not this one, but in the dead world, that's where all that happened. Now, I do want you to notice that we spelled out New York, New York, and we spelled out Lansing, Michigan, because, again, we're not talking about the contract piece. We're now talking about principals and sureties. So this is a different level than the U.S. The U.S. is where the 2-letter things come in at, because that's a 2-letter thing. U.S. Islam.
Wow. Because I just discovered that this company is major transacting record keeper.
Yes, indeed. It is. It is. Now, I want to point something out here on all of these documents that we felt, you know what, we're not going to introduce this until we restate this piece. This part that says obligation, and I'm going to remove that word and put opportunity or something else. I think we said what we would replace with the word obligation. And just so that you know how we make the changes to this document, what we do is we go up here and we pick the draw option, and then we just go remove that, and we put here, we type, and we can state the size or whatever of the font. We can state the color of the font. It can be red, green, blue, or black, and any of those is fine when we create the document. And then instead of it being obligation, we say credit. And then what we did is this statement right here. We had to restate this thing because it was a big, giant mess previously. So we said, we the principal and sureties. And again, this is not us. This is those contracts up there. Principal is a contract. Surety is a contract. We're the living. The sovereigns have control over all principals and sureties. And so we, the principal and sureties, are firmly bound to the United States, and you can see where we changed it, for America, herein called the government. And so Empress Shasha and everyone, that's going to go retroactively back up to those statements up above as to who the government is. In the above penal sum, and then and I can show you on some of the other ones, and I wanted to demonstrate it here, where we took that term out, and I'll show you how we did that. We took the term penal out because it's not a penalty. We could have just said in the above pen sum. Why? Because we're using our sovereign pens to do so. Because really, that's what pen all, when they say penal, if you separate that out and change the language is actually Latin. A pen all sum, first is a sum that is written and agreed to by the collective. And that's only those who choose that. Okay? So we could have said pen all, and we could have put that in black, which is what we've chosen to do. And then we just let that be there. Here, let's make sure it's lined properly. And then it says, for payment of the penal or pen all sum. Here, let's make sure we change it again. And this is how we restate documents. Islam nobility.
Yeah, it's been very enlightening. This is our Ketum Ahad.
Yes. Indeed.
And I've been looking at a deed that I've been trying to restate, and I was stuck with that, and it's just been enlightening. You know, it gave me what I needed to carry on with this deed. The escrow. I was all weekend. I was trying to figure out how to figure this out, but before I got to it, opened my eyes on it. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, it's what I needed. It's definitely what I need. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I wanted to say, last week you had what was that, Thursday meeting? Is it possible you can email that to me or something?
Yes. Yes. Can someone who I sent that meeting to, the one that they took off of YouTube, because it does contain some sensitive information, it really does. And the information is not for everyone at this time, because not everybody is at that place on the timeline. But for those who want the information, you can have it. Can someone send it to Justice Kaftoon, the same video from the video that we did?
Yeah.
I just need his information, his email or something.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to give it. You see, I don't have no internet service. I'm listening to it on a phone, so you know, I'm not even seeing what you're speaking of. I'm not seeing what you're doing. But
he can send you
I can give my email address.
Yeah, he can send you a link via email to the video.
That's all I need.
Okay.
And
I don't know if the video is even still up there. I probably need to upload it someplace else because
I downloaded it to my computer.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So should I give my email?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
All right. It's Kaftoon Ahad. It's Kaftoon L at gmail.com. That's KHAFTUMEL at gmail.com.
Okay, you're going to get it.
L at gmail.com.
All right, so look for an email from See Me Jam. Trust. And that'll be me, okay?
Okay, I appreciate that. Islam. I yield.
Islam. Empress Shasha.
Yes, Empress Shasha. Could I get, Noble Phoenix, could I get a copy also, please? I put my email in the chat if you can see it, or I can read it out. Is he hearing me?
Yes. Is that Morpheus?
No, I'm Shasha and Bay, but Morpheus is in there
I
too.
see it. All right, I see another request there too. Oh, and
Wonderful.
another request. All right, looks like I'm going to be busy.
Matondo Mamingi.
All right, I'll send it to all who put theirs in here and ask for it, okay? Peace.
Empress Shasha, I thought I sent it to you. I know there is one of your I looked at the list of everyone in attendance at that meeting, and I sent it to everyone in attendance. So if your email that you used to sign in is good, it's still there.
The problem was I had no internet, so I was on the phone, and that's why. Because I kept going back and looking, and I said, okay, she hasn't put it up yet. She hasn't put it up yet. So
okay, wonderful. Yeah.
I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's go back to this part right here because this statement, oh my. It says, for payment of the pen all sum, we bind ourselves, our heirs, executors, administrators, and successors jointly and severally. Now, again, this is not talking about the people. This is talking about persons. Anyone with any of these titles is a person. However, the people, we're joined together by bloodline and birthright, and because we've chosen to use our same government and state ships to do things. It says, however, where the sureties are corporations acting as co-sureties, we, the sureties, ourselves in such sum jointly and severally as well as severally only for the purpose of allowing a joint action or actions, and it says against any and all of us, so we're going to change that to for and in the favor of all of us, any and all of us. And this is how simple it is for us to restate documents. Now, Justice Willie asked a really good question the other day. He said, how is it that you can change the documents and not, and whoever it is that, like the quote unquote United States government, not say that you're plagiarizing and all of that stuff? The answer to that is this: everything that has gone through the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, we have leaned. So all who invented things and said, oh, we invented this, let's get a patent on it so that no one can use it without our permission. Well, there's nothing new under the sun, and the information belonged to the heirs in the first place. So we just placed the lien on the entire, quote unquote, U.S. Trademark and Patent Office, because that's our office. It doesn't belong to any dead folk or any of that. Additionally, anything that was invented used something from our estate to present, whether it be made of paper, metal, glue, crayons, computers, doesn't matter. All materials come from the vast estate. So that is why we can create and change and edit and do, because we're literally creating it anew in our own sovereign state. And no state can reach into our state and tell us what to do, and we're not even reaching into the dead state. And that's the beauty of this, is we have stated that, okay, we don't need anything from the dead state. So what are we doing? Looking at what's on our land and saying, let's create this, let's create this, and let's create this. The Prophet Noble Ali said that we're going to leave the European here long enough to teach us how to govern. And they say he said European, I'm saying system, because we know we're the original European. They look like us, the original Europeans. Original people everywhere look like us. And I'm not saying that those with fair skin are not us. I'm not saying that either. Not saying that, because there are Moors who look like modern Europeans, but who are Moors. Okay. So now let's see. Allowing a joint action or actions in favor for any and all of us. In favor for, now let me see if I can make that any smaller. Nope, I can make it any smaller. So what I will do is, we do literally take the time when we're doing our study, and that's why we end up studying for many, many hours, to look at each word of each document. I mean, 9 times out of 10, we're looking at every word, and changing, correcting in favor for any and all. And all of us. In favor for any and all of us. Period. And there it is. And then we make sure along the way that we hit save and save it along the way. It says, for all other purposes, each surety binds itself jointly and severally, and that's how you know we're not talking about us, we're talking about things. This is what you call in rem court actions. Res court actions. Res and rem both mean property in Latin. Property or things. So it says here, binds itself jointly, and we could have said her or him. Binds herself or himself. We can call our things whatever we want to call them, because we're God. We get to name them. And if we call it a it today and 5 minutes later we call it a her, okay, or a him, okay, then that's what it is when we call it that. Jointly and severally with the principal for the payment of the sum shown opposite the name of the surety. The sum shown opposite the name of the surety. If no, and I don't want to say opposite, why not say beside the name? Don't say opposite the name, say beside the name. Because we're not doing anything as opposed to anything else. Nothing, we're not at war. Shown next to the name of the surety. Because again, we the living don't have names. Principals, sureties, persons have names. Those are names. Next to the name of the surety. If no limit of liability is indicated, the limit of liability is the full amount of the pin-all sum. And again, we're not talking about fiat here. We're talking about living money, real currency. We had to have our own money to do the things that we're doing. Okay. The principal has submitted the bid identified above, indeed. And again, the principal is all caps. So I changed a few things down here. You can kind of see where some of the changes are down here. And you can again, we're showing you these changes so that you can look and know that you have the freedom in your own state to change anything that has to do with you. Anything that has to do with you. So I won't read through the rest of this. You can take your time and read through it. And then we put here, principal is Pauline Denise Ritchie, authorized representative. And again, we stated you cannot represent the dead, but you can have an instrument that represents the living natural person. So Pauline Denise Ritchie, surety, lifetime, yes, that's truth right there. The principal is in all capital letters, and the authorized representative of the principal, the surety, which is in all capital letters. And again, these are not war names, okay? These are corporations. They're not war, and again, none of this is war. In fact, it's peace officer operations on our land. And then the performance bond. The performance bond looks very similar to what we just read. The bonds look the same. And again, these are not bottom-re bonds. These are tier 1 bonds. These are the bonds that are rated AAA by the original indigenous Standard & Poor's and Moody's, okay? The rating agencies.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
I said wow because when you just said that, I remembered our previous congressional meeting when you had us understand the reasons why we have to restate our credit.
Yes. Yes.
And that whole part for because that all this ties into alignment with our vast estate and our escrow accounts and all those things, because you have to have, like you said, A1. This is A1 bonds, and so you have to have perfect A1 credit and to be in alignment. And so because we are excellent, and so because we're excellent must be portrayed and affirmed on all levels, on all sides.
Yes, and in our state, we have perfect credit. We are the wealthiest ever. And all we're doing right now is preparing the way for the prosperity. That's why we were willing to wait and get the processes done. Please ensure that Justice Tonis knows that he can come in, please. We don't want him to miss anything as well. We want his energy in here with us as well, and all the Moors as well, Islam. And so we're preparing for the wealth and all of that in an uncorrupted way, because our system will put the things on the stock market, okay? And again, when we're talking about stocks, we can see now that our stocks is not trying to be us, because these addresses are not, we're not stating that this is the living beings. We're connecting the trust, because these are all trust addresses, okay? And you can look at the names of the streets and know that these are trust addresses where things happen, okay? 55, Empress Angel and Justice Nathan, you all talked about the number 5, 55 Water Street. And look, 333 South Grand Avenue at Michigan. Those are not, there's no accident there. Those are not accidents. And then we'll go back and change, we'll put the same things in here as we demonstrate. You know, and again, we demonstrate these things, and then the ancestors will say, okay, now, you demonstrated it, that's good. You restated it, that's great. Now, take a closer look at what you're doing so that you can fine-tune and perfect further what you're doing, okay? Like we would take the word administration out, because we're general services, and then they were proclaiming to be general services administration. You know, these are fine little nuances that we have chosen to state properly, okay? And then this document looks the same as the other document. Now, the payment bond looks the same as well. And again, we're using our own sovereign money, okay? These documents, these bonds look the same. Now, a little further, affidavit of individual surety. This is a statement proclaiming which court and which part of the corporate land, as it were, the contracting. Where is all the contracting happening? Who's who and what's what? Where is everything? Where is everyone? So state of, now, when they put state of here, I said, okay, I'm going to state Washington as just Washington. If this said state of, and then I put state of Washington here, then that would be different. We're just saying this is at Washington, it's at King County as well. Okay, and then I noticed here that they had SS in capital letters, and it was in black ink, so I put it in red ink. As I looked up the word service, I saw something else in there, let's see, that I want to show you about this SS piece really quickly. Let me see if I'm going to try and pull it up here really quickly. Are there any questions while we're pulling this up?
Islam, what does the SS mean, or is that what you're looking up? I've seen some documents.
I'm actually. You have. Go ahead, Empress.
I've seen it on some documents that I've looked at in the past, and the SS was stamped and sealed. Now I don't know if that's the same thing here, but I was just curious I assumed you were looking it up actually after I started speaking.
I looked it up while I was doing the study. I want to put on the screen what I saw, Empress, because what you said about stamped and sealed, it means that too. When you think about like what I'm going to put on the screen about the word service.
Okay.
Because let me see. I am going to open these because it's stated here. But this is something that I wanted to show anyway, because it's important that we know exactly what's going on here. We have to know. And I wasn't going to, I don't want it to seem like anything Illuminati-ish, because we are the enlightened ones. But I do want to show you what SS means. Yes, it means stamped and sealed. And in order to stamps and seals to be valid, stamped and sealed, it must be stamped and sealed by the other SS, which is the sovereign state. And as you know, there is duplicity or duality, or it has way more than one meaning whenever we're looking at what we're doing. And that's what diversity is, or diversity. So I want to show you what SS means in the dictionary. As I was just looking, it really it just kind of expanded my awareness with regard to what this is.
Hitler's army also, the SS.
Yes, yes, indeed. That is true. And that whole Hitler story is not even what we were told it was either. There's duality there.
Yep. I yield. Let me.
Yes, indeed. There's duplicity. Thank you, Empress. Just amazing. Let's see. So it's not this one. Let me see if it's this one. Just one moment, because this is really kind of important, and that's why the SS really stood out. Not that one. It's not that one. Okay, so then it's probably this one or this one. We'll talk about this one in a minute too. I want that one to stay open. This is the one that I'm looking for right here. And that's why it still turned sideways. Okay. I want to pull it up on the screen and kind of drill this in a little bit, because it's important that we see what SS really means, because we've been taught some boogeyman stuff, you know, and it's not any of that. Let's see. Okay. Yes. There it is on the screen. Hopefully you can see this. Yeah. SS, and it's in all lowercase letters in the dictionary. It says a government service organized to carry on secret investigation and the like. Specifically, S SS, when they put it in capital letters here and put it in death brackets, then they're going to tell you what the other one meant. A division of the United States Treasury Department concerned with the discovery and arrest of counterfeiters, the protection of the president, etc. B, espionage service, as conducted by the armed forces. Has there been counterfeiting of the currency and the money and things like that? Fiat is a counterfeit.
Absolutely.
It is. So this is the other SS. We're the Treasury, and it was our job we've already issued arrest warrant. We've already done the discovery. The protection of the president, we've already put that we know we're all the president. We've done the investigation. Now, where it says secret investigation and the like, that explains the numbers on the videos. And we did a video about 2 years ago stating that what we're doing has been purposefully hidden. And I'm just telling you because that's what the truth is. Because of the nature of what we're doing. That's by design. By design. Because what we're doing has to be done anyway. And so for those who are here at this Congressional Assembly and those who see it, again, everything that has to do with us is being specifically directed to those who in their spirit request the information. So here it is again. Up at the top it says personal service. And I just wanted to put this out here because let's talk about in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio redes. Delivery of an original writ, a notice or other paper, or a copy thereof, with oral information as to the contents to the person who is to be affected by the service. And that's what public notice and due process is for in propria persona sui juris, for the persons that we govern. And we must be in our proper status and proper person to do so. That's what the proper person is a tool. Public service, employment in some government office, especially in an office of a civil department. And of course they're going to say civil instead of a sovereign ministry because they can't really speak on sovereign. Now, service by publication, and I'll just read these really quickly because it's important. It's talking about writs and affidavits. Notice given to a person by publishing. That's service by publication. As a writ, an order, and the like. That means everything else that we choose. And when they say like, they mean like kind, like species, of the same. It says in a newspaper, and if required by mailing a copy to the party's last address. Now, let me explain that just quickly. When they say in a newspaper, fortunately, it's going to be good for us to have our own newspapers to publish in. But when you do a lien and a court action on wherever you're publishing, then it's yours and you can publish there. Okay? It says, and if required by mailing a copy to the party's last address. Why does it say the word last address, or why doesn't it say any address, or why doesn't it say to the party's address? It says to the party's last address because that's the last address they're going to have before they receive the document. And once they are served by the Moors, that is not their address any longer. They are brought on to the land. used in cases of non-residents whose whereabouts is not known and who are presumed to be evading the legal process. Let that just melt into your spirits so that we can all just rejoice at the work that we're all doing.
Islam. That is perfect what that says.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh man, all the dresses that they had, they hiding from.
Yes.
The demonstration I did shows that they've been hiding, and it don't matter if they hiding, they've been notified.
Of course.
Our judgment still stands.
Of course. Of course.
Islam.
And it doesn't even say that they have to be there. Just send the word, gods. All gods, send the word. And let me say this about evading the legal process. When they started, quote unquote, renaming things, that was to evade. Slipping out there into that fake fairyland of corpses and things like that, that was to evade, because they knew they couldn't do that on the land. So they had to create but they had to rename a system and they just, all they did was do what they call the Buck Act. They just attempted or enacted overlaying a system. The system belongs to the heirs, and the system is on the land. I think it's interesting how when I was in my sleep and I got into some trouble with driving under the influence, quote unquote, and again, it wasn't me, it was the person that did that, because we've never committed any crimes. There was that person hired an attorney back. This is over a decade ago. Hired an attorney to evade the legal process. That's what their persons do. That's what dead persons do. And I'm not saying I was dead. I was living the whole time. I just didn't know that we were Moors. I hadn't proclaimed my nationality. And so I learned a lot through that whole process. And I know in my spirit that that's why the ancestors had us go through that process. It's so that we could learn and see and remember. To take service is to accept service as a servant or employee. And so what we did is we usurped the taking of service, and not usurping because it's been ours from the beginning. We just properly stated it. And then it says service of an attachment. Now this is the part I wanted us to see. The seizing of the person or goods according to the direction. Well, who's doing the directing? We are. And so we showed earlier where a writ of attachment, or to serve a writ of attachment, all it's saying is that's ours. This is ours. Because, see, we had to move them off the square because they were pretending to claim things. So at the beginning of this Congressional Assembly, we talked about how if we wanted to go out onto the land and, let's say, do some public service, we would, along with our resume, we would serve with them with a writ, an attachment writ. Okay? And that would be us stating clearly that that's ours. Service of a writ or process, etc. The reading of a writ. Again, Moors, those Moors who have been doing court actions and posting it up on YouTube, you've given proper service because you read the writ. That's why that's so important. Because there are some Moors that still may not be familiar with the mailing process, or they don't have the fiat and they think they have to use fiat. You don't have to read it onto the public record and post it up somewhere. The internet is the public domain. Okay? So service of a writ or process, etc., the reading of a writ to the person to whom notice is intended to be given, or the leaving of an attested copy with the person or his attorney or at his usual place of abode. Servicing, and we could read all of this, you know. Did you know that the word service is also a tree? Islam in
I did not, but when you first began with service, and you talked about system, and there was STEM in there.
Yes.
All I've been seeing is a tree. We are the living tree, the tree of life, and them hybridizing. You know, when you're splicing the dead onto the living. So I'm seeing a tree in everything that you are talking about, you know, and stating.
Yes.
So this doesn't surprise me in any fashion. That spirit been telling me this is, because that's what I see. Like, you know, Frankenstein.
Yeah.
These dead pieces, and they're attaching them to the living tree in order to get the life from the, you know. So anyway, I just had to share that because it was bouncing in my head. So I yield.
You know, Empress, and that just proves that you are truly a matriarch of the highest order, because you see life in everything. When you see trees everywhere. In the Biblios, there's a story of someone who saw men as trees. That's a real thing. That's real, because there is the living trees, and then there is the ones that were pretending to graft themselves in to try and pull something.
That was the word, graft. That was it.
Yes.
I have goosebumps from head.
Yes. Yes.
So,
for every dead thing, there is a living truth. That's what we're doing, claiming the living truth of the word service, and being the living. Yes, that's a better word, Empress. Thank you. Being the service is a living thing. Not a living thing, it's a living person or living people.
Yeah.
But it has to be claimed in its purity and not from a dead corpse perspective. Public service is real when stated by those that are the true public, and not a corpse acting like the public, a corpse pretending to be the public. So with that being stated, let's go back to our document really quickly. We're coming to a good point with regard to this demonstration. Affidavit of individual surety. We put that in red. It's in red, and then we put things in blue. So we stopped here at SS, and then we put name, first, middle, last, type or print, Pauline Denise Ritchie in blue, to a domicile or land address. Even the person that is mine is on the land. So we put a land address here and no zip code, because that's my person. So now when things come in the mail for this person, they're coming to the right place if they come to this place right here. They're speaking to the right person. If not, we correct everything. We restate everything. And then I put some things here. You don't necessarily have to put this here if you don't want to, in terms of the WhatsApp number and the email address and things like that. You don't necessarily have to do that, but I did it. Type and duration of occupation, because again, this is an occupier of a space in order to move about and get things done in this dimension. So we're moving chess pieces. The chess piece occupies the space. The living moves the chess piece from one space to another in order to dominate the board, or have dominion over the board. And then here, name and address of individual surety broker used. Office for Pauline Denise Ritchie Estate. Attention, Pauline Denise Ritchie, original entitled living beneficiary. And again, that's not even me, that's the court. 516 3rd Avenue, room C-203, Seattle, Washington. Now, this address over on the left and this address on the right are two different addresses. That means we're speaking to two different courts. The employer is at Seattle WA 9810. That's the employer of this right here, the surety. Over here, the individual broker, or the one who's moving, not moving the pieces, because it's the living that it is me moving the pieces, but I'm using these tools to do so. Attention, Pauline Denise Ritchie, originally entitled living beneficiary, and this is the court, because this is where I am the head of the court. And then that will go to the office for the estate. I'm governing my own estate by way of the court. And again, we did lien this court and all of that. Islam.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
That room number, is that tied to a clerk, county clerk office?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I want to ask.
And that's me. That's why I put there. Now, know this, Moors, that and it's already happening, we are the court, period. There is no other for our affairs. And that's why we are so comfortable to do what we're doing. Yes, we did use a dash here. We could have taken the dash out. And in fact, we could erase the dash if we wanted to, even right now. And again, whatever we say is what goes. So here. There. Simple. Jurisdiction can be invoked at any time, and again, we have sovereign jurisdiction over all that we do, and that's why we do it this way, because we can change, we can fix, we can, we want everyone to know that all of these things that we're doing, again, they were pretending to be courts in the first place. So now, home telephone number and business telephone number of this. Again, the surety broker is a court. It's not me per se, it's a court. But again, we crafted these documents, so we get to state who it is. And then we put the telephone number, and the home telephone number and business telephone number. They don't even need to call. No one needs to call me. No one needs to call me. They need to call a court. Okay? So they can call the court. The court and 55 Water Street know each other. They know each other. They already know what to do. Routing transit number, there it is. Do what you do. DTCC, Depository Trust Corporation, do what you do. And again, remember, we liened the dead debtor one, and now we're just moving credits around on our land and using our corporate entities to do so. Okay? And then this, we showed you this from above. This is Form 28. Okay, we listed that up top. So Form 28, and again, at some point we'll put this as affidavit format 28. We wanted to go ahead and get this information out. But each time that we go through this, we just keep perfecting and fixing things and putting things in alignment. At the time that we demonstrated it initially, we demonstrated at the level of our overstanding in terms of we know that because we created the document, whatever it says is what we intend for it to say. Identify all liens, judgments, or any other encumbrances involving subject assets.
Islam,
Empress.
So during the studies, or I forget why we were doing it, but so the point of the matter is, found the 1883, January 16, 1883, Chapter 27, subsection 1, statute and acting rather, why the clerk counties is so important, and it's in section 6 of this document, and it reads.
I believe that document is the Treaty of Tripoli, maybe.
No, it's not. It's the it's a revised statute and statute at large. It says historical and revision notes, but it's the U.S. Code 5. So but it's one of the older ones. It's not the original one, but it's 1883. So it reads Section 6 nonetheless. And this is pertaining to Secretary of the Treasury to make classification of certain clerks. That within 60 days after the passage of this act, it shall be the duty of the Secretary of the Treasury, in as near conformity as may be to the classification of certain clerks now existing under 163rd section of the revised statute, to arrange in classes the several clerks and persons employed by the collector, naval officer, surveyor, and appraisers, or either of them, or being in the public service at their respective offices in each customs district, where the whole number of said clerks and persons shall be altogether as many as 50. And thereafter, from time to time, on the direction of the President, said Secretary shall make like classification or arrangement of clerks and persons so employed in connection with any said office or offices in any other custom discretion or custom district, and upon the like request, and for the purpose of this act, said Secretary shall arrange in one or more of its said classes or of existing classes, and any other clerks, agents, or persons employed under this department in any said district not now classified, and every such agreement and classification upon being made shall be reported to the President. And so I found that very interesting.
Yes.
Because I was like, okay, that part. Because it's literally saying that all acting clerks get their so-called, I don't want to say authority, but they get their ability, for that lack of a better word, to from the acting Secretary of the Secretary of Treasury. And so we are all offices, right? And then this is how we tie back the clerk to the and how you just said they're all connected and they all communicate. And then this document, you know, reaffirms that part. And it is section 6 of this document, that part. And then, you know, it has what we was just stating, and you mentioned naval officer, and that's a part of our body, the naval. And other words, public service, that part. And so yeah. And I was like, wow. Oh, I remember why I found this document. It was because so-called actors, you know, I sent you that link to that core warranto that you know they have fictitiously did, but to the point that they were stating that, you know, the administration, you know, that, you know, is, you know, fraudulently at the moment, Biden and such, they have no delegation of authority, and they were using a code, and with the assistance of Nathaniel, he was like, well, look it up. And so I just started searching, and I was like, okay, keep going. And so I found this one, and then I'm like, okay, this is like the oldest that I can find at the moment. And so, oh, you found it. Because I was still on my other page. I just came here and saw you found it. Very good. Islam. Yes. And
it's you know, again, that's why even the fake judges was looking at the clerks going, is that okay? Can we do that, this and that? Because the fake clerks were issuing the checks. That's where the fiat was coming from. Emanating from the clerk.
Yeah.
With that being stated, seriously, you know, and again, we kept the processes clear and clean, even where clerks, because that's a part of the 40-something documents where we stated clearly who we are there as well. We want to. I want to go ahead and send and finish up this process here. There's a couple more documents, and what we'll do is finish the rest of it on Thursday, unless you want to keep going. There's a couple of more, and this is really the end of it. The reinsurance agreement for a bond, statute payment bond, and again, this is the information that was put. Certificate of Title 798, August 3rd, 1968, which is my solar return. When stated by me, and so that's referring back to the birth certificate that I created. And then here, this is the important part that I wanted to show you too. Description of the contract, Mercedes-Benz USA LLC, you know, and again, we're just demonstrating here what to put in these places. Credits sought from accounts associated with Certificate of Title for Estate 798. The Certificate of Title for the estate is the birth certificate. And we showed you where we created our own. Okay. Contracting agency, Mercedes-Benz USA LLC, Fulton County, Georgia. Because that's where the headquarters is Sandy Springs, Georgia, which is in Fulton County. State of incorporation is not the state of Georgia, it's Georgia. Okay, and then that's the form, standard form 273 in our state. And then this is the rest of that form. And then again, there's a reinsurance agreement for a bonds statute payment bond. This is to issue the payment bond. And it says basically the same thing, except this one is for Mercedes-Benz of Tacoma at King County, Washington. State of incorporation is not state of Washington, it's Washington. And then, so again, credit sought from accounts associated with Certificate of Title for Estate 798.
Islam.
Standard Form 274. So we're telling all of these entities and persons, hey, talk to each other, put everything together, fix it, just as per our instruction, as per our command. Islam, Empress.
Okay, so what I just figured out, correct me if I may be wrong, that this document, because we are all the fiduciaries for Mercedes-Benz, right? Yes. And with the fiduciary resignation letters that we all put on the public record, in alignment with this document, the bond, because it states in the document, anybody holding this document is a fiduciary.
Yeah.
Right? And then you couple that with this document, then you literally can walk into any place that you have leaned and done all the documents for previously and do the lawful exchange.
So we suggest that you mail the documentation.
Well, yes, that first, yes.
We suggest that you mail it. And the reason we do that is because, again, not all Moors are doing court. You know, they get nervous and don't even think to do court actions when they go into a place to speak to subjects. You don't have to speak to them face to face. Just mail it. Just mail it. Unless you want to do court actions and face-to-face court actions. But just like we said with service, when we define the word service, if you speak, if you go in there and you know to read what you're doing, then you're serving them notice. Okay? We suggest that you let your paperwork precede you before walking in, just randomly. Because anytime the nobility is going somewhere, everyone should know that you're coming at that time before you go. The same way you would do any nobility, any royalty. Everyone knows where they're going to be before they get there. Okay? So let your paperwork precede you before you go. That way they know what's coming next. Islam.
Oh, yes, I do mine 3 ways a Sunday, you know. They get it in the email if I have it. They get it in the post when I got the location, and then I hand deliver it to them. And actually, I would like to say that we did a demonstration last Strong, and we went to an acting clerk, and I had seen a sleeping Moor walking back and forth saying, you know, next, you know, this window, next, that window. And we had 5 Moors with us. And we had one of them who was doing a live on, you know, Facebook. And I you know, figured out, like, okay, he has to be somebody of, you know, delegation of their fictitious authority. So I beckoned him to come, and he came. And I said, I would like to speak to, you know, your acting boss. And he was like, well, they're not here at this location, in the location. And so he's like, well, what do you have? And I said, well, we have lawful notices that we are putting on notice to the acting, you know, clerk for all courts. And he left, and he said, I'll be right back. And so we know he made a phone call to whomever, you know, who was his acting boss. And then he goes, well, okay, well, I can take the documents on, you know, behalf of my boss. And so I said, so what is your name? And he said, and he answered, and I said, and what is your nationality? He goes, well, that's not of importance. I said, well, actually it is. And so, what is your nationality? He was like, and then I was like, okay, that's fine. You're an ipso jur. And so, well, I said it to myself. I didn't say it out loud. But anyhow, but I stated, you know, this is a lawful notice. And he put it out there because, like I said, it was being recorded, that he would, you know, then in turn give it to his, you know, inferior, superior boss. And one of the other Moors said, notice the principals, notice the agent, notice the principal. And we said Islam, and we turned and walked out. And then, so the brother was still recording when we went back down, and then you had the acting, persons who's used security was like, you can't record. I'm like, please, whatever. We already did our job. We've done what we needed to do, and now we're exiting. But we'll be back. So it was a peaceful demonstration. And you know how they have their fictitious signs that says no recording, this, that, and the third. And it's not like the brother was inconspicuous with the recording. He was in the face of the sleeping Moor and was recording. And he didn't say boo to nobody because he knew, because we said we were Moors. He goes, I've heard of them. And I was like, well, you are too. He's like, well, I don't really agree. I'm like, well, fine. You don't have to agree to think that you're not a Moor. But anyway.
Yeah.
And so it was a beautiful demonstration.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. As long as we're peaceful, and you all are, we can't go wrong. We can't go wrong. I mean, congratulations.
Oh, yes, because the demonstration had the paperwork of to vacate all premises. That part. So, Islam.
So I want to go ahead and finish up what we're the last, showing the last of this document here, so that this is the next page of the document, and it's the same information. It just looks a little bit different. And then this is the last part of this demonstration. Reinsurance agreement in favor of the United States. Now, again, we had to restate this. This is in red. And then United States for America is in blue. Okay? So we're not talking to anyone dead, and we're not talking about the dead, and we're not trying to be the authorized representative of the dead. We're talking about the living natural persons that we use as tools. And so we did everything that we do, and the information is here about who we're talking to and all of that. And then at the end of this, I attached the description, because I again, for the sake of the demonstration, I went online and built a conveyance just to show how this process is done. Okay. And so we built up a conveyance, and then we restated the building of it, and then we, attached that with this, and then sent our fiduciary document and everything. So that's the end of the general services, because we had stated about a year or two ago that we were going to be getting into general services. I did not know at that time that this process would come forth the way that it blasted forth for us, but it did. So here it is. With that being stated, are there any questions, comments, wisdom, anything of that kind or nature from this great and wise Congressional Assembly? Islam. Okay, so with that being stated, we'll go ahead. We have gone a little bit over in time in terms of the Congressional Assembly. However, I wanted to make sure that this whole process was available, and so that you could see it and study it. It is for your study, and demonstrate at the level of your understanding. We trust each other. We affirm each other's demonstrations. Our trust is in who we are, Islam. With that being stated, we will adjourn until Thursday. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Rising.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Thank you.
Indeed, Islam. Thank you, Justice Sheikh Klein L. Islam.
Islam.